Bam. Bam. Okay, there we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam. Okay. Here. Copy. Copy. Bam. 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 Uh-oh. Bam. Okay, there we go. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, it didn't work either. Oh, it did work. Let us see. What up, freaking? What up, Monk? I mean, Dr. Wiener. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. How you doing, brother? Oh, man, my freaking. It's hard to see my wounds. Had a freaking. Shaved the cat today. What's up, Cody? What a dude. Good, good. I got shredded up a little bit shaving the cat today. My patient Monk lost his life. Let's say a prayer for Monk. I bet it's your fault. Don't worry. Good. On the third day? That's a Jesus thing. Okay, never mind. Never mind. All right, here we go. Let's see. Bam, 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 boom. Let's see what we got going on here. Cody got it. You had to nip your cats? Yeah, my cat likes the nip. Oh, man, I'm shredded up. I'm shredded up. Got it freaking one claw went in there, one claw went in there, and one claw went in here. There, there, and there. Man, got me good on the third day. If Little Toilet was in here, that'd be funny. On the third day, he's on the crack nip. Okay, let's see. Man, I can't wait till I reset up this studio a little bit better. I got this freaking big ass monitor right in front of me. I mean, I got it for free, so I can't complain. But it's this far from me. Like I can touch it, no problem. I can touch. My eyes were like, but yeah. But the other one I had was a 720p plasma monitor and 720p. But the freaking thing, I got it for free. Okay, so it was good, but it was a $10,000 monitor when it was purchased for a 720p. One of my rich neighbors gave it to me, and then I got this 4K television that's got HDMI, whatever. But so at least I can't see the pixels anymore, even though it's freaking like I don't know, 2 feet from me, less than 2 feet, 18 inches. All my cats, cat scratch fever. Luckily, within probably less than 10 seconds of me getting scratched, I had soap and water on it. So there's an area right next to my kitchen, which would be like the formal dining room, but I don't have a dining room table there. So we were shaving the cat there, the woman that came over. And as soon as he got me, I took 2 big steps over to the sink, just pumped some Dove dial on it. And not dial. Not dial. Get my cat in my arms. What up, William? Hell no, I'm not getting no dang Neuralink. My patients get free Neuralink. Salute, brother Surge, Keith Chief. Yeah, my cat's pretty cool. He don't like getting shaved, though. From Elon Muscular. I have my cat in my arms right now. Okay. Bud so hype. How did we become strangers? Okay, hold on. This might get loud in here for a second. Let's say Dawn. Is it Dawn? The blue stuff? Yeah, Dawn. What did I say? Dove? Dawn. Did I say Dawn? I think it is Dawn. No, Dawn's green. What's the blue stuff? Is it Dawn? The stuff that they like put on like ducks when they get in oil spills? Maybe it is Dawn. It's not Palmolive. That's the green stuff. Yeah, I guess it is Dawn. The blue stuff. Let me see here. Come on. Popular blue dishwashing detergent. Yeah, Dawn. That's it. That's it. Yep. Dove and Dow. Yeah, okay. Almost got there. 4 letters was correct, and the first letter was correct. Yeah. We got there together. Okay, let's see. Yes, it's got the duck on it. Yeah, it's got the duck on it like that. 50% less scrubbing. Yeah, we got it. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Triggered. Muslim countries shockingly not welcoming gay cruise ships. Haitian Trump supporter calls in and humiliates slimy socialist on air. What's going on in my feed? They just got busted. Teleprompter operator placed on leave. Wow. Dawn dish soap. That's it. You remind me to make some coffee. I made some coffee. That's what I just had before I went live. You want to watch the gay cruise ship thing? All right. Let's see what's going on.
One thing that's always going to lube me up is when people who spend so much time in their inner circles and their safe spaces decide, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to step outside of that, and I'm going to experience the world outside.
That's a good freaking point. You have people inside of America saying they need safe spaces inside of the freest country on earth. They need safe spaces because there's no safe spaces for them. And then they go to another country that's not. That's a good freaking point. We used on this on our carnival canvases because it's so easy. There you go. What up, Pablo Patriot? Imagine the smell. Okay.
Of my hug box, thinking that it's just like my hug box. And when I go out, everyone's going to be nice, everyone's going to be respectful, and everyone's going to be accepting. But reality is often disappointing because while you watching this are sitting very comfortably
in
right
America,
now in your hug box, in your safe space, nobody can touch you and hurt you. The minute you walk out that door, you may have to deal with a differing opinion, someone who doesn't think like you, anyone who operates differently from you. And you have choices. You can either experience that and try to figure out how they operate, or you can ignore it and live in Candyland inside your head like most people tend to do.
And I have to agree there also. A lot of people, especially on the ubiquitous sides of things, a lot of them are college educated and they think that all knowledge has been given to you in college. That's why you paid for it. And so whatever they were told about any other parts of the world in college was all there's really is to know. And so they weren't like, hey, let's see how these people, because they're so used to winning, getting what they want in America, they just figured they conquered the world. That's crazy. Tons of hot dogs served. I had an x-ray and the report said my gland. Your hand is no longer broken, I'm guessing you meant to say. Good.
And when it comes to the gay community and the pride and the LGBTQ as a whole, in America, depending on where you go, you are widely accepted for who you are. But for some reason, some individuals have convinced themselves that because they've been accepted, depending on where they are, in America, they are going to be accepted outside of America, everywhere all the time, and that's just not the case. So you can
Yeah, there
imagine
you go.
my
You're
pretend
figured it out.
shock when I find out a bunch of gay men get on a cruise ship and they go to Turkey, and Turkey turns them away for moral values. And of course, when people hear moral values is a way to deter people who are all gay on a boat, that's going to come back as they're not fans of the gay people, which is...
That's right. Pride in the Strand. Adam Carolla, the ubiquitous comedian on the show, performed on those cruises. He was talking about the stuff they did on those cruises. They're way out there. And they got, I'm guessing he's going to get to. So they weren't allowed to dock in Turkey, and then so they said, okay, fine, screw you guys, bigots, we're going to go to Egypt. Nope, Egypt said no too.
Their laws, it's their restrictions, it's
go
their
by
moral values.
All right, brother.
You can't really convince the rest of the world to be
right.
accepting of something that they're going to find.
But he made a good point in the beginning. He said, "You've been fighting for safe spaces in America." So either they've been taught that America is the worst place on earth, and if they just get safe space in America, it'll be like the rest of the world. They were wrong. They were used for political power. And then when they actually go out to look at see the rest of the world, they're like, no, we don't deal with that. The wrong old cruise lines. Jesus Christ.
Abhorrent and disgusting. And so you turn around, you recognize that, okay, you're not accepted here. What's the next best option?
All right, come on.
Egypt.
Yeah, right,
and for some reason, we picked Egypt as this destination, ignoring a little bit of history that's not too far in the past. Because if you don't know, in 2017, a woman by the name of Sarah Hagazi was arrested and apparently tortured for the cardinal sin of waving a pride flag at a concert featuring a band that had a member who was in the LGBTQ community. Oops. Held in prison for about 3 to 4 months, and in that timeline tortured and charged with promoting deviancy for waving a pride flag at any moment in time. That's supposed to be something to where the LGBTQ looks at that and says they don't accept us, they don't want us to express ourselves, we shouldn't go there. Just for years later, these fools get on a gay cruise ship and expect to be let in because reasons. And when they get denied and turned away with next to no explanation, they start talking as if they should be allowed in because they're tourists and they're paying. They just want to buy and take pictures. You should let us in and accept us.
Wait, so I'm on...
All right, hold on, okay. 5.3 million soccer fans to see the FIFA World Cup come to America posted thousands of comments saying that we were lied to about America. America's wonderful, and I can't believe the opportunity and things we have. Yeah, I showed a couple of those the other day on the stream. Right, it's absolutely backwards. So it's getting to the point that what the Democrats and the Democrat media tried to do was take every small group of people, put them all together under one tent so that they could get above 51% of the population. And they thought that would work, but not all of these small groups agree with each other. But it didn't matter, to them, but now it's mattering to them. And it's all falling apart because now you have the socialists and the communists that are saying they're going to use publicly that they're going to use the Democratic Party to destroy it from the inside. It's absolutely crazy. And then when this stuff like this happens, it goes crazy. Yeah, brother, back what a Democrat, socialist piece of crap. Support who go to Gaza. Wipe your flag. Yes. Wipe. Yeah. Go to Iran. Yep. See what happens. Good game for Argentina. Yep. Good game. Victim of the Olympics. What up, Ben? The only person in that place in the Middle East that have pride flag of the Olympics could exist. Israel was stupid. Same. Israel only. Yep. Only one. Right. And they're taught the opposite. The only place where you can have Muslims, Jews, Christians, and gay people in the Middle East is Israel. Whether you like Israel or not, but they're taught the opposite. But they don't check for themselves. They just like, oh, this guy told me this on this gay cruise line, so it must be true.
Gay cruise that was denied entry into Turkey. And it's like, so what? Who cares? If you want a great hair transplant, go to South Korea. So we redirect. We're going to Egypt now instead. Amazing. What an upgrade. Never been to Egypt. Booked my tour to see the pyramids. Wake up this morning. Denied entry into Egyptian waters as well.
Gigi Allen. Yeah.
No, this doesn't say explicitly because we're gay, but it's because we're gay. But it's like, We're too gay to come spend a bunch of money in your country?
I'm aboard a ship that has just been denied entry into another port, this time in Egypt, last time in Turkey, because the people on the ship love who they love. And you may have seen the icon that is Pike Le Pen's previous post about how angry and sad this makes us.
We know how that story goes, Doctor.
And I'm sure a lot of you too. But it is also, I think, a real wake-up call.
Good.
And sign that
we have more work to do.
Things aren't getting better, and there needs to be awareness of that.
No, you dumbass! 2017 should have been your awareness that things ain't getting better. 2017, when you have somebody waving a flag getting arrested, should have been a wake-up call that, you know what, this place, even if it has significant changes in the future, I don't know if I really want to go there and run the risk. But now, because you either never heard about that or chose to ignore the plight of other people who just so happen to be gay, and you think you could walk in and you get turned away, now it's something to talk about. No.
So here's what's going to happen is they're going to want to start awareness campaigns in Turkey and Egypt, and they're going to get people killed. That's what's going to happen. Middle East and Africa have no problems with the alphabet crew as long as you're not proud about it. Well, the problem is pride. Okay, if you know anything about a lot of the Abrahamic religions, you've got the rainbow is God's covenant with the earthlings that he won't use water to destroy everybody, destroy evil ever again. And pride is what is it called? Non-righteous pride is a deadly sin, right? So it's like so when you start looking into how when the Democrat Party started putting a bunch of small tents together to make a big tent, they got the Satanists, they got the atheists, they got the atheist scientists and whatnot, and try to work out. So they started working together and said, "Hey, we can start using this iconology in order to push back against that." So people that don't know anything about religion are using iconology against the Abrahamic iconology, or well, I guess you wouldn't really consider that an icon, but they're making icons out of it. That's when stuff starts to go wackadoodle, because then people are like, "Hey, I read this in a book somewhere that this is going to happen," and then they go to places where they practice that violently. So even though the Middle East might not be happy about it, they know in the Middle East that you have people in the Middle East that want to take over Eastern or Western societies. So they're partnering with to make a bigger tent to get more voting power. But they don't need that in these countries in the Middle East. They already have power. They're in control. So they're like, we don't need you. So we might be accepting of the people that are here, but as long as they keep it under wraps. But we don't want you coming here trying to do to us what we did to you. You know, there's some zealots who spit on Christians in Israel. Yeah, that's no bueno. Yeah, pride is a sin. Mark Charles, stay free. Yep, stay free, brother.
It was always something that should have been discussed, and it should have been properly discussed amongst all of the passengers on the cruise of where you're supposed to be going. Because if I was gay,
it's unbelievable that they weren't made aware of that. Like, you know, if you're going to go to Venezuela or Cuba or even Costa Rica, you're told, hey, stay in those areas because some people like to kidnap rich Americans to get money for, you know, and stuff like that. How did the crews not say, hey, they're not totally kick ass with you guys openly flaunting your pride? You know, how did the safety of the people on the cruise, how did that never get passed down? Like, you know, like, and they're like, let's take a vote. Because they already got these people's money. They've already got their money. The checks have already been cashed. Dems might be warmongering Egypt, Turkey, and a few. Man, hey, what up, Scott? Democrats are responsible for female Achilles. They are. Make America penises extra large again. Let's see if that happens. What's up, Goldwing? I just freaking found out another mathematics. You just found out about another mathematics? Telling me.
And they told me if damn near any Muslim country was where that boat was going, I was getting my refund and I wasn't going to waste my time.
Let me translate that dusty government language for you. Gay people showed up and officials panicked. The passengers were coming to tour, shop, eat, visit historic sites, and spend money. They were not arriving to overthrow the government with a dance remix and a sequin tank top. After Turkey rejected them, the cruise rerouted to Alexandria. Egypt then denied the ship entry into its waters and reportedly offered no official explanation.
Right.
That silence speaks loudly. It reeks cowardice, prejudice, and government-approved discrimination.
Okay. If you're not American and you or just put yourself in other people's shoes, they see that just a couple of years ago, they had a pride colors lit up on the White House. So to them, outside of America, it looks like the rainbow community conquered America. And then he says, we're not there to overthrow your government. Well, it kind of looks like it worked in one place, so maybe they don't want you to do it theirs. So how do they know it's not a bunch of political activists? Obviously, you think this would have been like when the people that own the cruise line and set the cruise would have set all this out and got their docking orders and whatnot, paid their taxes to dock and yada, 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 and said what was going on and got permission, not en route, said, oh, by the way, we're going to be swinging through. They don't want to get our money. Ships, yeah, Virgin Atlantic. Yeah. I thought it was it's absolute. In Revelations when it says up will be down, down will be up, and things will be back. Virgins will be, yeah, it's kind of like that. The Midnight Express.
Atlantis Events says this was the first time in its 36-year history that one of its cruises was rejected because of who the passengers were. That should remind every LGBTQIA+ traveler, your money may be welcome until officials discover your identity. Turkey and Egypt made their message very clear. Their ancient monuments are open. Their minds remain closed. Would you ever spend your vacation money in a country that openly treats LGBTQIA+ travelers like a threat?
So the problem is he's not thinking, why would they consider us a threat? What political actions that have been taken in the past 30 years could possibly make these two countries think that we're a threat? And then I go back to what I say about policing your own community. When people act poorly, those communities do not call it out. They blame it on a boogeyman. They say, well, the straight people had it good for too long and oppressed us, so we're just expressing our freedom. So you're not saying, okay, but you don't think that was bad behavior? They won't accept that and say, no, we do not accept that as bad behavior. Us as the community, and they don't do that. So that lack of self-policing, any large community should always make sure it has its police force to make sure that the communities that you interact with, you have a buffer and a way to communicate across and say, no, this isn't what we're about. And they're not doing it. They're just like, no, we win. We can do whatever we want. And people see that stuff, and it's just, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Hijacked by the far left for Marxist sexual politics. I agree. Look at the frequency, 258 times 9. 2322 is also 9. Dun, 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 dun. They're gonna have gay sniffing dog. Smells like shit. Also, the Earth Pulse calls it by 9 at 9. He says, watch. Why are Democrats trying so hard to get people not to watch presidential address tonight? It seems so desperate. I'll watch and see why they don't watch. Yeah, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it here at 9 o'clock, too. I'm gay. Let's go to Turkey. not do a 15-second Google search. Right. And the problem is we've been lying to people in schools for so long. We've for 30 years, at least 30 years, we've been lying about how unaccepting America is. How America's the worst place on earth. And then you have people 2,000 at a time trying to go to a country, which anybody that ever did any looking. But here's the problem. They consider Islam their partners because the Muslims in America are part of their group that have been oppressed by the Americans. So they were just like, no, they're just like us. They're just like us. They're going to be glad to see us. And they just don't, and they've been lied to. They've been, because when building a large political mechanism, they wanted to have as many people as possible. So there wasn't enough LGBT people. So they had LGBT, then QIA plus, add more and more to get to the, you want to get to the amount of numbers so that you're politically viable. And they filled their tent without learning anything about anybody. I want to sail free. Go to Afghanistan instead of Turkey, right? Smells like, look around. I guess we took the wrong cruise ship. Watch carefully. 9 times the Earth pulse is 72. 7 plus 2 is 9. Which is 3 times 3. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 3. 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. And then you get right back into it, Scott. They're both using each other to take down the West. Yeah, right. And it's obvious to people that have actually studied history outside of school. School will teach you the history that school wants to teach you. It'll only go back far enough for their narrative set. Yeah, anything that you have to learn, anything that you should learn is going to be learned outside of school. Gays for Islam. Let's visit. Yeah, they're gonna be getting people hurt. Is what they're gonna do. Earth pulse is 3 times 7.8. 3 times 9. You get 9. 9 times 1, 2. Indeed, 1, 2. Nice, you got it, brother.
I was planning to return to Turkey and Egypt, but clearly they don't want my gay dollars. I'll spend it where I'm welcomed.
I just want everybody to think
America?
about what this is. A Muslim country.
What country? America? Where you're welcome?
Has a history of not being favorable to pride and the gays who, as I stated earlier, arrested and tortured a woman for waving a pride flag, is a place a lot of these gays want to go. It's a place where they got turned away for being gay. It's a place where, for some reason, someone who is very upset that a country is turning these people away has gone to and was planning to go back to up until this and nothing else. No other example exists in history where you could have been dismayed from going because of your sexuality and what you believe in, but it was this, nothing else. Okay, I'm picking up that it's up until it becomes something to talk about, it's important to you, because if it's something that is just swept under the rug or something you didn't pay too much attention to, no, you don't care. It doesn't matter. All this time, Egypt and Turkey were beacons of welcoming and acceptance for the LGBTQ. Okay.
Remember the gay cruise?
PRS, Paul Reed Smith, Ben, was a brand that used to do very well with long-term value. But yeah, Gibson, Fender, and Martin is where it's at. Like I said, left have lied to gays. Yes, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. They lied to everybody. They keep lying, and now they're doing what they're called poisoning the well, or front loading. Like right now, they're talking about anything that they say today that has to do with stolen elections, just know they're just saying that, and there's no evidence. Right, this could be the evidence. And you have like AOC saying, there's no evidence, don't believe them. First of all, we don't even know if that's what it's going to be about. So, but they're just worried that it is. And I live in Georgia. I know there's evidence. And I want the evidence. I want it to be buttoned up. So if I end up running in a couple of years as a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, I want to know that what I say to people and what people know about me, that vote will count and not just be stolen. So for Democrats, Republicans, independents, any future party, I want the vote to count. They hear one moron saying something about the gays. Now everyone's non-gay. Want to unlive us? It's gonna be a problem. Yeah. The thing is, they're power hungry. The Libiquita mafia is power hungry, and they're high on this power. They're drunk on power, and that's the problem. Is that they know America's the toughest, baddest leadership of the world country. And so they think now that they've conquered America, even though they were always accepted, like the marriage to gays was the point that they've tried to make back in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And that once that happened, they didn't disband their political arm. They said, well, what next can we do? Because we're making too much money. We're getting too much donations. We're getting all this corporate money. So now that the gay people got the right to marry, they didn't just say, okay, let's disband. They said, no, let's do something else. Let's find another problem that we can solve or say that we're going to solve, so we keep getting a bunch of money. And that's the problem with politicizing human nature. May not want to go where you're not welcome next time, right? I'm going to make a short song for my good friends. Do it, brother. Do it, brother. They're using their community as a political vehicle. Yes, yeah, they're being used. Gibson has the iconic Les Paul Fender Strat. Paul Reed Smith believes don't he. Don't look behind the curtain. What's up, Richard?
That got turned away by Turkey a few days ago. They decided to redirect to Egypt, and surprise, surprise, Egypt said no too. Is this supposed to be a gay vacation or a suicide mission? Does the name Sarah Higazi ring a bell? She had to flee the country of Egypt after being arrested and tortured by Egyptian police simply for raising a rainbow flag at a concert. In Egypt, the police have used Grindr to entrap and arrest gay men, and they prosecute transgender people under morality laws. And yet, a ship of 2,000 gay people thought,
And if you tried to tell the Libiquita community, not gay people, because there's gay Trump supporters, there's trans Trump supporters, right? So just the Libiquita, which is the Democrat arm of gay rights. If you tried to tell them, then you were transphobic or homophobic, saying, no, you've got it better here than you do there. They'll say that you're just lying. Obviously, America's the worst. It's the most oppressive place ever. Obviously, I learned that in college. I spent $90,000 to learn this in gender studies and blah, 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 blah. No, they were lied to. They were told that we needed their vote. The Democrat Party needed their vote in order to save everybody, every minority. You have to do this for the minorities to make sure that they don't get killed in the streets. America's the only place. No evidence of what? That's what I mean. We don't even know if you're talking about the speech, like we don't even know what's going on. But what AOC just said a couple of minutes before I went live, she was saying whatever they say, they're just trying to put mistrust in our elections. We don't even know if that's what the speech is about yet. But they're saying that a bunch of Democrats are saying that, even Warnock in my state. They don't even know that's what it's about, but they're front loading, saying, don't worry, it's not true. How do they know? If this is the evidence showing that there's a problem for foreign interference with our elections, how do you even know? If this is the evidence, this could be the evidence that people are looking for. It's so dishonest. It's dangerous. But yeah, it's dangerous, right? Yes, because they're opening themselves up to control from the outside forces. Instead of just being a conduit for their constituents, they're opening up to outside forces. They're saying, no, we need outside help to break the patriarchy. And then they're willing to work with other countries to do that. And then when other countries are like, well, you guys are dumb, so we'll just use you. I've been to Egypt. They're very rude people, no manners at all. Wouldn't visit again, to be honest. But aren't people breaking into the USA? Yeah, I mean, that's right. They're trying. And this is the odd thing. People are trying to get here from everywhere. But they're taught, and universities have been doing this for about at least 30 years, have been telling students that America's the problem. Any problem you have in your life is because America's been set up for white supremacy, and if you're anything but a straight white male, the problem is the structure of the government. So the only way that you'll ever be happy is to tear it all down and rebuild it with equality in mind. And that's what's taught, unfortunately. I'm afraid for everything. Marriage, married guys, disease doctoring, without religious using knowledge of people, mad people. Yeah. A lot of people think that too, brother. I think maybe the LGBT community views anything Jewish as Zionist oppressors who trample the unrighteous. Yeah, and that's another problem too. Listen, I get a lot of this. A lot of people think I'm Jewish because I broke my nose so many times. They're just like, Jew. And it's interesting to me to be a host on the internet and to see how much Jew hate I get. And I'm not even Jewish. They don't even listen to me long enough to find out if I'm Jewish or not. They just start throwing insults and shit at me, telling me how like my people have destroyed everything, even though I'm not Jewish. You know, so it's like it's interesting to see, and how I'm really over the past 6 months, it's really ramped up. Why would someone go to Egypt in the first place? They want to see them pyramids. They could roll over it all, but it won't work. Yeah. Our ICE groups our former militia groups. Is ICE a former? So ICE has been around for 50 years. And it got really big during Obama administration. The Obama administration actually deported more people than the Trump administration. During the Obama administration, he was giving out awards to Tom Homan, the same guy that Trump has doing the deportations. Obama gave him an award for deporting 900,000 people. So it's always been that way. It's just the news and the media have started to say how horrible ICE is and that it's a Trump military, but it's not true. It's not true. Congress, the Republicans and the Democrats 40 or 50 years ago created ICE. Congress, the Republicans and the Democrats, they agreed on it. They created it. They funded it, not Trump. But now the news wants to, why they try to change the narrative to be that way. But if anybody looks it up, you can see that Obama was called the deporter in chief. Obama. Let's see. It's actually a bit crazy. Look, 9 times 15. Also 9. It's a Marxist thing. Everything our oppressors oppressed, they're morons. Yeah, it's definitely Marxism. Oppressor oppress. Can you turn the temperature in Utah down? Give me 1 second, brother. Done. That's why you're monetized. Congratulations, you are now Jewish, Miss Lopez. Man, Obama lied about numbers. They counted turnaround as deportations. Trump has far surpassed Obama in the numbers. Yeah, well, miscounting crime has been a thing on that side of the fence. My shitty sub Freds thought or insulted me once that you were a Jew once, but I'm Serbian, German, and Dutch. Yeah, you're definitely the opposite of Jew. ICE got huge after 9/11 with the Patriot Act. Right, they got a lot of funding during the Patriot Act, from the Patriot Act. Obama, Harris, Obama. Yeah. Here, we'll jump to here real quick. I'll show you an interesting speech from Obama from back in the 2000s.
But the last thing I'm going to show you to really paint the picture, Obama not
reform as enforcement. And this bill contains a number of
this was 2006
provisions to beef up border security. But that's not enough. Real enforcement also means drying up the pool of jobs that encourages illegal immigration. And that can only happen if employers don't hire illegal workers. Unfortunately, our current employer enforcement system does little to nothing to deter illegal immigrants from finding work. Just a few statistics. Overall, the number of workplace arrests of illegal immigrants fell from 17,552 in 1997 to 451 in 2002, even as illegal immigration grew during that time.
Democrats used to be against illegal migration because
right. That's why you've got so many Democrats leaving so many voters leaving Democrats and going to the Republican Party, because the Republican Party of today, at least the MAGA part of it, is the Democrat Party of 2006. Like, close the borders, deport the mass migration, find helpful ways to do migration, and free speech. That's what the Democrats used to be, and that's what MAGA is now. That's why you have so many people. But the Democrat Party is so fractured right now that you've got people that don't even understand what's going on. Like when you ask people, please, please, please help me understand why I should vote Democrat or Republican in 2028. And they'll be like, because Trump's okay, but Trump's not up for election. So, but why should I not vote for like JD Vance or freaking what's his face? What's his guy's name? Can't think of his name. But and people can't say. They just keep saying, well, Trump, screw Trump, this. And I'm like, okay, I understand. But what about the rest of the Democrat Party and the rest of the ideas that my whole life that I was a Democrat, now those things that we all wanted as Democrats back in the 90s and early 2000s is now what Trump is doing. And what the Republican Party's doing. So it's like people are confused because now people are saying that no, only Trump is anti-immigration. It's just so they just kept lying and lying and lying and lying and lying. Yeah, we're gonna watch that video later, Buckeye. We're gonna watch it at 9 o'clock. Harris would have been the dumbest move to make Democrats 2028. Yeah, it's not gonna be a good idea. What up, Lord Alcatraz? Democrats try. That's what I think we're going to find out today. Trump has a surprisingly active imagination. He definitely does, right? And definitely. And he's also definitely a troll. And so that's also kind of funny. Understood. A lot of people hate the guy, but he was like the most loved guy, especially from the black community, just before he ran for president. And that just like switched. It just absolutely switched because the media started saying different stuff about him. We'll see, brother. I believe Joan Rivers is on the Obamas. You believe Joan Rivers? Oh, what Joan Rivers said on the Obamas. Democrats have been in bed with China a lot. Remember Fang Fang? Yep. Have fun. All right, brother. Why play this devil on here? Which one? Obama? Sorry, brother.
That seems like a good place to
Normal.
go. As a gay Middle Eastern person myself, I actually find it embarrassing that so many people in the LGBT community are so oblivious to the fact that these Islamic countries want them dead.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, I heard that too. Rubio.
To a lot of people who have been fighting for acceptance, for you to sit there and think that you can be allowed in just by throwing somebody $1.
Yep, 48.
You don't know how activism works, and that's hilarious.
Clinton's
more
Democrats
to the point,
sold out our
you are
economy.
out
I
of
agree.
your hug box.
I
You
agree.
are out of your safe space. You are out of where you feel most accepted and welcome. You're playing a dangerous game, a game where you are at the behest of other people and their rules of expression and how people operate in terms of who they are deep inside. And when you step out of that, you're running a risk of running into somebody, or in this case, an entire land of people who are not in lockstep with the LGBTQ. You might got some outliers, but those outliers don't make up the government rule that puts things in place to where homosexuality, we're not favorable towards that. Pride, we're not.
And I think social media has diluted people's minds also. So if there's probably gay Egyptian social media stars from inside their home studios, they're putting makeup on and they got their pride flag in the background, like, yes, love Egypt, pride, blah, blah. But when they go outside, they take all that off. So there's from American social media point of view, it's just great all the way around the world. Everything's great. No, it's because your algorithm knows you like libiquitous content, so it only gives you libiquitous content. And then so they don't see anti-libiquitous content, especially if it's in Arabic. Real people in Europe, no matter skin color or sex, they're starting a defensive civil war. Uh-oh, brother. I blame the intern under the podium. I saw Big Boy. You saw Big Boy? The largest steam locomotive train? Liberals are retarded. What I've actually gotten to, well, listen, I've just recently left the movie industry, the most liberal place on earth. And I don't know any Democrat liberals anymore. The liberal pool that made up the Hollywood of the East are all voting Republican to try to save the Democrat Party. Even the people that do not like Trump realize that they don't have to vote for Trump in 2028. He won't be on the ticket. right? So it's like, but the whole the online conversation is Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, and Republicans Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. But then you have the Democrats trying to get a guy with a Nazi tattoo in office. Then they say Republicans pedophiles, 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 and you have the guy who's a Democrat who was a few swing states away from being our vice president, who pardoned a multiple time 10-year, he raped a 10-year-old child multiple times, and he pardoned him. And the federal government had to come in and deport that guy because there's Tim Walz, the Democrat, actually freed a pedophile and said he didn't see him as a risk to the community. Not social media. Yes, right. The people in social media. Are you the scientist from Independence Day? That he played Data. He played Data on Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation. Actor who played Data. Brent Spiner. There he is. He lives in Internet Watcher lives in about to say Honduras. Oh my goodness. Not Honduras. Holland. Honduras. Yeah. I think Internet is a bot. No, he's not. I got his freaking WhatsApp. We talk all the time on the phone. He's not a bot. He's Serbian living in the Netherlands. I'm Internet. If bots create the algorithm, people in the algorithm will become bots. I agree.
Not favorable toward that. Expressing how much you like pride,
Very
we're
clever.
not favorable towards that. And so you need to tuck the anal bead back in your mouth and come back home and come back to the nightclubs where you can have all the fun in the world accepting who you are. Because outside of that is you playing a dangerous game. Outside of that is you running into a little bit of a problem and thinking
right
that
before the
you
left
could
understands
pay your
that
way
being
out
caught
of
to
that
blame the right
is
to
a
be living
little
out.
bit foolish, but it is hilarious
up, Robert?
how once we start talking about experiences and who's accepted and who's cast aside and who's being held back, there will be some individuals who think that they could buy their way out of it because they think money is power. In some areas it is, but in places like Turkey and Egypt, they don't care about your gay dollar. They want to keep their standard the way it is, far away from you. Right. So come back home, go to your little nightclub, and be accepted in your inner spaces because you stepped out and you realized you're not favored in Egypt and in Turkey. Class, you will meet all different walks of life when you walk this earth long enough, and you will recognize where you're welcome versus where you are not. And it's important for you to never really test your luck in
Both
certain
parties blame each
scenarios
other.
because you might end up looking stupid and stuck on a boat full of gay men trying really hard to make it seem like they should just accept you for who you are when that's not really.
Right. They're like, why does it matter that we're gay? We have money. We'll spend our money. Right. And so will the ship behind you that doesn't interfere with their religion and politics. And I don't think people realize how using emotional manipulation to gain short-term power is seen around the rest of the world. It's not seen good. And like I said, you have like the Muslim Brotherhood that used the LGBT community in order to try to gain power and in America by partnering with and making the vote on the. So you could go in and say, hey, we're all buddies here. We're allies. We were oppressed too by the Americans. Look what the Americans did to Afghanistan. Blah blah. That's why we're here. And then you can convince people that you should vote this way because this is the true history. One party gets stuff done and the other just freaks out and panics. One party's for America and the other one hates America and is working for China. And it's pretty obvious, especially when you look at the Green New Deal, the climate change laws and what was set up. Who profited off of that? China did. Why? So they made laws that required American institutions and companies to use more solar panels and wind turbines. Who built them? China. China built them. So they convinced our government to pass laws that required government spending on Chinese products. So we stopped using coal, but China bought our coal. And China bought our fuel oil, and they burned that, and they used that coal to make solar panels and what was required, the plastics and the resins used to make the wind turbines. So they made hundreds of billions of dollars from around the world, especially and areas turned off their there's countries all over the world that turned off their nuclear reactors, turned off their coal. Even New York shut down their coal and fired plants and their nuclear power plants, and now they're having power outages in New York City. Trump reminded me of the non-conventional tactic. It's his strength. Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things that the hatred towards Trump on the left, why it was specifically done, is because Trump is a very, love him or hate him, especially if you hate him, you should spend a lot of time listening to him, because he is the art of the deal, how he influences. That's a very strong, one of the strongest skills you can have in business and politics and interpersonal relationships. So how he negotiates, how he gets things done. So but because the media is said, no, don't listen to him, he's evil, he's a Nazi, just listening to him will turn you into a Nazi and a racist. So people aren't even listening to him, they're tuning out, and so they're missing that skill. But if you were truly their enemy, then they should be listening to every single syllable he says, to say, how is he doing stuff? Why does he got so many people showing up? Not just because they're all Nazis, because he convinced them to. Okay, how did he do it? But what the news does is they'll split apart the speeches that he says and just take the parts that get across the narratives they want to get across. And that's done a disservice to a lot of people. A guy that's gotten to the point of president, you should say, okay, how did he win that? Let me go through every speech, every syllable of every speech, and find out what he said and how he got his point across to all these people. Instead of just saying, no, I'm better than them and they're all Nazis. No, then now you're going to be, the people that did pay attention, even the ones that are on your side, are going to be able to gather a larger audience. Let's keep it logical and factual here. That's how to prevent radicalization and create nuance. I agree. That's what I'm doing. The Earth pulse is now taking over the people's hormones. I read something about that too, brother. I read some of that. What up, Dorjeen? Good to see you again, brother. Media exposure want these countries to push their beliefs harder. So the BBC is requiring YouTube to put them at the top. If you type in anything that the BBC has any media on, it's got to show up at the top in the UK. And then I think the BBC wants to push to require people that do see this to have to pay a licensing fee for it. But that's just them wanting to get their propaganda at the top of the list, pushing everybody else down. Democrats literally propped up China's solar panel industry. Right. And that started with Obama. Do you vote for a man or a woman? He doesn't live in America. It's the Earth pulse that takes over the minds and the hormones. Quagmire. What's up, Star Yarby? For real. I vote for a woman. Democrats think CO2 is the only thing that obeys. Yes, right. The only thing that obeys borders, right. Bring back number 9 coal. Rent free. Definitely. You are the carbon. I agree. Real Americans know corporates and profit organizations that push their agendas. Yes, right. And people should understand that. But people should understand how to get their own little bit of control of that. If we had more corporations in America, more manufacturing in America, we would have a larger labor base. Then we could unionize that labor base and then take that union control of the corporations. But we don't, because all of these huge corporations' labor is outside of America, low cost labor outside of America, which means we don't have a say in how things are made and how much they cost. We only have a say in how much we're going to spend on it, and we barely do, because we're not shareholders at all. So now I'm a racist because I listen to Trump. Yeah, right. Yeah, that'll do it. Voting for someone just because they were born like that is sexist. Let's put race and sexual orientation about a table, and look at what people say and how they act. Right. I agree. Real women are so much wiser. The leftist, fascist, wokies Good to see you too, brother. Many people voted for Harris just because she's a woman. Yeah, and that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I agree. Sadly, it's a popularity contest mostly, right? Right. Yeah, because she wasn't kick ass. And then now you find out that she was so she couldn't talk in front of a group of people. So what they would do is she would take a bunch of her employees, a bunch of her campaign people, and put them in the front rows when she would talk to groups, and they would have things so she would be able to talk back and forth. Because if she didn't know people that were in front of her, she couldn't do small talk. And this is because a bunch of her the people that worked with her quit. And now they're Republicans, and they're saying this is what was going on. What's going on, Librado? She's not a woman. Live to survive. Not a woman. Not a woman. You have no idea. I'd vote for Margaret Thatcher. She was a bad bee. And we never saw a break. Do you know what you call a Jew who can fly, Unc? Smoke. I'm not Jewish. I think drugs are fueling the left. They're all like, yeah, I agree too. I think either if it's not SSRIs and antidepressants and anti-anxieties like benzodiazepines and stuff, I think a lot of these people are on either meth or coke or the fent. Absolutely. I've been around drug addicts a lot of my professional life in the music industry and in the movie industry, and they all seem to act that same way. It's like their minds have been slowed down, and the only thing that gets them out of their rut is an emotional trigger. And then they just can't think through it, because when they would have time to do research and stuff, they're just high. No one votes Trump because he's a man. There's a double standard. I agree. Little Weege. I have to call someone in India to fix my missing burrito in Texas. Thanks, DoorDash. Yeah, it's true. Here, people are wiser. I agree. I think it's legit demons and devil shit, and that's what I've been saying. This absolutely appears to be good versus evil. Like what's going on in the current Democrat Party is absolutely getting a lot of people surgeries and hurt. Like, you can't even be the person, your authentic self, with having a doctor touch you or prescribe you something. Like, that seems to be a money grab. It's not about Trump. It's about good versus evil. What's up? What up, Richard? So if you know the Overton windows, the left side is it's a couple different things. So if you're looking from the front of Congress, you have the aisle on the left, which is the Democrat Party, and the aisle on the right, which is the Republican Party. But the left is you have here. Let me show you. There's actually a window of political leaning. Let me see what it's called. Window of politics. Not bill, window. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so here you go. If you're farther to the left or farther to the right, and then which party you're for. So popular is the center of the Overton window. What's popular with the voters, right, on Republican or Democrat, and then you have what's sensible, what's radical, or what's unthinkable. And they've gone to the unthinkable things that do not appear to be true, like the whole men can be women and women can be men thing, and that stuff is not true to most people. To most people, that's not true, but they want to make it course of law, which is wackadoodle. Maybe the right needs to take a page from all their heroes like Musk and Trump. They are high 24/7. You maggots love them. I have to disagree, brother. I have to disagree. So the only thing we ever got on Musk using drugs was AOC said he did, and then come to find out AOC had sent $19,000 to this doctor that treats depression with ketamine. So it's almost like they're doing. I'm saying that they're doing what I'm actually doing. Like what I say they're doing, I'm actually doing. Jeff wasn't left. How do you not know? How do you not know what the left is? He said metaphorically. What? Yes, he was a Democrat. Yeah. Leftists always pretend not to understand things when pressed. Right. And the thing is, if I just want to get some information, like, listen, I was a Democrat. I'm not voting for Trump in 2028, but why should I not vote Republican? And then I just get stuff like you're a maggot or a freaking Nazi or whatever. Okay, great. You seem like a person I don't want to hang out with. I can't find any people that seem to love life on the left. Well, because Trump. Okay, great. But after Trump, what's the plan? And I can't find a plan. It's just how shitty of a person I am. And well, I have to disagree. I kind of like these vids in the stream. Thank you, brother. Elon smoked weed with Rogan. Right. That's right. Trump is crazy in the Middle East, though. Violence should always be last resort. Politicians are normalizing war. And that's nothing new. But also, we have been very weak for a very long time. It has gotten to the point, I mean, for goodness sakes, Iran killed 54,000 of their own citizens that were protesting because they were running out of water. They got two modes. Either they're bragging about how smart they are or playing dumb, right? Do you got any hot takes? I just got here. I'm open to hot takes, Mason. Trump is preventing deaths of billions. Would you like to explain what's going on? America has had enough with the left and the right. Somebody put Kanye in office. I'll vote for Kanye. Let's do it. And I think what we're going to end up seeing, and this is why I really think that the Democrat Party is going to have an issue. I think what's going to happen is somebody's going to create a centrist party, and you have so many people on the right that have signed off to say, okay, I'm down with what MAGA's doing, because the left just want to open the borders, and even the new left, the neo left of the Democratic Socialists want to open the borders and do away with the presidency and do away with the Senate. So 88% of Democrat voters want the border closed, but Democrat leadership don't. So they're not doing what they would, but they might tell you on the news that this is what AOC wants, this is what this freaking wackadoo wants, or whatever. But that's not what the people want. So there's a big gap from that. And if you only listen to what the leadership says, then you don't care what the people want. Hey, Vic, welcome to the family, brother. If Iran killed people, why? If Iran killed people, why should us kill more people? Many innocents too. So I don't know how much information you've got over the past 47 years, but Iran has been funding Hamas. Iran has been funding. I can't remember the name of the guys. In Liberia, in Libya. Can't remember the name of that. But so they've been killing people indiscriminately. It was actually a big list that came out today of what's been going on. So when it gets to the point where they just want to keep killing people also, but because the numbers are just 5 here, 10 here, 2 here, 5 here, 15 here, it's not, oh, they just killed 3,000 people. It's because they're killing little bits of people here and here and here and here and here and here and attacking infrastructure, that it finally comes down to the point, especially when they start killing their own people, that the leadership needs to be affected. And that this has always been the rule of the world. This is a human nature thing that they've gotten away from. They've gotten away from saying, just let them kill themselves. Okay, but they're also attacking our allies, whether you like them or not. So from your point of view, it may seem bad, but from everybody else's point of view that's lived long enough to see how it's just a pecking away and a pecking away. It moves through. Being a soldier is horror. Yeah, it looks freaking rough, dude. Those guys are brave, and I absolutely honor the people that are willing to die so I can talk shit on the internet. Kanye's retard, yeah, no, I'm not really going to vote for Kanye. I just think it's funny. Iran's piece of a bigger plan that will prevent legit World War III. The Terminator. Daylight savings time is now permanent. No more falling back. I'm voting for the Russian bot. And hot take. USA needs more than 2 parties. I think we're about to get one. Yeah, Hollywood's definitely infested. 52,000 citizens that we know of. I think it's much more than that, but let's say it's more like 50. And they've got like 2,000 some odd percent. The Iranian rial is now $1 million rial to $1. So their inflation has gone wackadoodle out of control too. So their people are starving, and there's not much water there anymore. And so I think that's what when they're heading for. They need more control of America because we have so much fresh water. I think a lot of people don't realize the water aspect of it. Leave America for the superpower. They're doing this. China takes over major war. Right. And that's a big, huge thing. I also don't think people understand how much of a threat China can be to America and how much they are, because we don't hear about it in the news all the time. Maybe that's what we'll hear today. We'll find out. How can leftism become fascist now that I think about it? Listen to that. It's the EEF. I think WEF is what you meant to say. The finances, tantrum, traumatized lefties to the agenda. I'm not saying this because everyone throws antisemitism to the thing, but it's not something concerning the degree of involvement of Israel in America. Do you have somewhat of a take on it? Yes. Yeah. I've got a take on it. And my takes actually changed over the past few days. I was anti giving Israel money, but now I understand that Israel has a lot of Muslims in it, a lot of Jews in it, a lot of Christians in it. And so they're the only free haven of freedom of religion in that area. If that goes away, something happens with all of those people. So what other options can be taken to make sure that the people that are terrorizing everybody in the region can be taken out, and the actual leadership of those countries can get back to work with their neighbors to make security for everybody. And I think allowing terrorism to become a normal thing in everyday life, like, oh, somebody blew themselves up again, killed, like, that's not kick-ass anyway. But I'd like them to be out of our government. But I know that every country, China's in our government, Israel's in our government, Germany's in our government, everybody is. I think that's just something that happens in government. They all want a piece of the American pie. They all want a piece of this huge economic force that is America. They all want, everybody, and they all want, if they can get their own buddies if they can lobby or whatever other techniques they're going to use to get people that they want elected, then they'll do that to make sure that, because America doesn't build anything. So if they have access to manufacturing outside of America, and they can convince our American politicians to say, hey, we need to start buying more stuff from these people, and then they mark it up and they say, oh, it'll take 13 months to build this. Now it takes 6 years and it's $20 billion, but it's only supposed to be 4 million. That kind of stuff goes on. Do we have more than two parties? It's just that only one party is most popular. Boots on the ground is a must. I don't know, brother. I hope not. Parties will make things worse. I'm in love. We have more than two parties, only two of the party. Yeah. We've got little wackadoo things going around. And the Democrat Party is like 3 parties right now. Leftists just don't want to admit their policies. But the thing is, the parties like the DSA, the Democratic Socialists, want to use the name Democrat in their name. So a lot of people will vote blue no matter who. So they're going to go, when they go vote, and they're just going to go Democrat, Democratic Socialist, because that's going to be on the same side of the ticket. So they'll get accidental votes. It's just a power grab. What's going on, Mike? Lindsay spent his weekend with Bernie. That's freaking Randy. My comment was too hot. I didn't see it, brother. Oh, no, I read it. I thought you had another one in there. Yeah, I got you. I was still getting to you. Trump isn't a bad president, but people try to justify bad things because he's part of the problem. Yeah. I mean, he's doing it, like the economic outlooks or the records that came out yesterday. Looks like things are going pretty well. And if the war in Iran wasn't going on, we'd even have cheap gas. Like, the fuel prices are like half what they were at the beginning of the Iran conflict. So, I mean, things are going pretty good. I have ascended. I've cracked the code. I'll be getting a hell of a woman now. Most of the victims are innocents. Just stop the violence, and maybe Hamas might stop. If violence stops, maybe Palestine. Brother, listen. I'm not the president, my friend, and they've got more information than we do. Obviously, if they're out of water because they're using their resources to fund attacks, and the money that they're making on oil is funding terror, then they're not helping their own people. So eventually it's going to have to come down to that. But you have to understand, we only get propaganda. So the propaganda you might have gotten and the propaganda that I might have gotten might be two different things. But wars have always been a thing, and they always will. resources run out as populations get very big. Something's got to happen. And it's the leaders of these countries that make those decisions. We build Disney adults. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mason, brother. If violence never started, I know Hamas would exist. Right. But you can't go back in time. It's already started. It's just like saying if slavery never happened, everything would be great. Right. But it did. So now what? What's the big boy options? What do we do to solve it now? Well, if you would have never done this, right? I understand that, but that was already done, and that's the problem. We can't look back and say, well, this is why they're blowing everybody up. No, we have to say, what can we do to solve the problem? Not even trolling. Thank you, Catch My Drift. Zionist terrorist group started in the 40s, now killed 12-year-olds because he got elected Hamas 20 years ago, right? I say that to prevent future situations. And I think that's, but you also have to agree that there are break-off subsects of religions that have blood feuds with their own neighbors that often, when you leave them alone, they're just building their army, waiting for a future attack. That's why all first world nations have CIAs and FBIs and MI6s and whatnot, to find out, to keep an eye on what these neighbors are doing, because eventually they'll want your stuff. And that's, you have to understand that evil exists. Evil exists. There's going to be people that will want your stuff and don't care if they hurt you to get it. Whether it's your soul, like where you have to convert, or whether it's your water or gold or electronics or whatever. And that's what's going to happen. There's always going to be people that want your stuff. And when you start helping them, Obama started helping Iran, flew them pallets of cash, and they used that money to build their arsenal. And then they started hurting their neighbors and their own people. I agree. Yes, in heaven there wouldn't be this violence, but violence it's part of human nature, and you have to plan for that. I think that's why Trump changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. It used to be, we'll just protect ourselves, and once enough of us are killed, we'll do something to stop it. Instead of saying, no, we can see, we've got satellites and shit. We can see you're building up all this stuff. We can see your financial transactions. This guy that blew up this family over here, he got money from you, from, you know, and like we can see all that, right? It just, it was pesky man, I can't say Babylonians. Palestinians slaughtered 10,000 Jews in 1939, years before Israel. Right. And the thing, these are centuries old blood feuds. Yeah, it's right. Hamas went into power because of war. Iran's system went into power because of a violent revolution. Kind of. What happened in Iran, have you ever looked up pictures of Iran in the 1960s? It looked like New York City. It looked like, there, look. Iran, 1960. Look at this. This is Iran in the 1960s. This is Iran in the 1960s, okay? So this is what it looked like. And what happened is they started to have an issue. And then the leader of Iran, of Iran, had a huge party, spent like hundreds of millions of dollars to have a big party blowout, had like air conditioning in the desert and stuff for these parties while the people suffered. So then you had the Shias come in and say, this was wrong. We've got plenty of oil here. We'll give it to everybody. We'll help everybody. Everybody will get a piece of this pie. Then when they elected them in, they then said, now there's no more elections, you freaking stupid people. And now they've been ruling for 50 years almost and taking and abusing everybody. And that's a problem. They forgot the Green Party existed until now. Why would Islamic terrorists attack Russia? China? Right. Took pipes given to them for water and turned them into rockets. Yep. Palestinians did not kill 10,000 Jews in the 1930s. Arab revolt, Palestine, a period of major uprising, British rule as the historic element was 300 to 500 Jews killed. Maybe if the victim didn't have as much such a fat ass, Trump didn't change it to Department of War. He changed it. Right. Right. Back to the Department of War. Right. We had it changed to the Department of Defense to say beat up on us until you kill enough of us, then we'll strike back. Violence is human nature. This type of thinking might be right, but it will never make people change for the better. Maybe one day. Listen. I understand your way of thinking. I understand because I used to have it. Until you experience and realize that there are people out there that are saying, we own your land. We were promised your land from 3,000 years ago. They're just building up to take your stuff. There are people that believe that you're the wrong religion and they'll kill you once they get strong enough to do it. That's not going to change unless there's a if you read the Bible, look at the freaking the flood. The Great Flood. Why did that happen? Because people wouldn't stop. And then so the theory of that is to kill everybody off except for somebody that's worthy to restart the population. So until you get rid of that history, which you're never going to do, you're going to have to deal with the problem. Palestinians slaughter about 10,000. Most terrorist groups claim to be from Islam. Right. And so another big thing there is you've got kick-ass Islams and you've got asshole Muslims also, okay? So, and what happens is you have, when somebody that claims Islam does something evil, you don't have the kick-ass Muslims come up and say, these are not us. This is not us. They do not follow what we follow. They've got bad PR. They don't do that. The same thing happens in the trans community and the queer community. When you have people that are acting up and then you say, hey, you're kind of acting like a jerk. They say you're transphobic. And you don't have people, the leaders of the ubiquitous community coming up and say, we do not support what he did or she did or they did or whatever. They don't do that. They just say, oh, well, maybe you shouldn't be a freaking Republican or whatever. And then so it gets out of control. So what's got to happen is you've got to have your PR, your public relations saying, we do not support this. Our religion does not support this. They are making us look bad. And that's a big problem. When Hamas attacked October 7th, they were yelling vengeance for the Crusades. They rejoiced killing unarmed civilians. They recorded that. I definitely did. Not doing a good guy, bad guy narrative. They're both bad. Yeah, right. And I think you got to understand that it's only when people are living good that they suppress the natural evil in themselves. And then say, hey, I want a better life later, so I'm not going to strike out. But when people are living bad because their leaders are abusing them, they want to lash out. Okay. They are pissed about the Crusades. Yeah, I got you. I understand. Crusades were vengeance for Islamic rape of Europe. I agree. Feel bad for the people who turn a blind eye to the news. Made a Taco Bell visits are stuck in the toilet now. Do you know that do you know about the Quran? Do you have the Quran? The radicals are the ones that are normal. I'm very familiar with the Quran. I'm very familiar with the Hadith. I'm very familiar with the Sunnah. Who has killed more Christians or Muslims? All religious groups kill them. I want food, but definitely not Taco Bell. No, definitely not Taco Bell. So yes, I understand. We need to hate on people that want other people. I understand. We need to hate on people that want other people, their own people. The left is distracting us from the actual bad things. Yes, right. And they're saying other stuff is worse. They're saying that being on a Republican or MAGA is worse than murderous atrocities. Like, this is why they try to say that Trump's a Nazi. They want to say it's like Trump killed millions and millions of people, and they want to attach that history to him because they're evil. They want to downplay the atrocities that the Nazis did and just say Trump's just like them. You know, and that's a problem. People can't, and we're so undereducated that the people believe it. Like what? You didn't learn about World War II? It's all right, brother. Taco Bell started a new weight loss program on accident. I also heard that Taco Bell is now not serving lettuce or pico de gallo because of that new freaking butt squirting parasite. What is it called? Explosive diarrhea parasite. Let me see. Diarrhea parasite. Cyclosporidia. Cyclospora. Okay, let me see what it is. Taco Bell. Okay, let's see. Thousands of people across the USA are experiencing severe gastrointestinal illness from cyclospora, a microscopic parasite that causes explosive watery diarrhea. While investigators are tracing the illness to fresh produce, likely lettuce, Taco Bell has voluntarily removed lettuce, cilantro, pico de gallo, and guacamole from select restaurants as precautions. That's bad PR right there too, even if they're trying to help people. So, and there's also a very, very interesting thing that leads this back to our border being open. The southern border, we have a lot of agriculture down there growing lettuce, and a lot of the people that walked through these fields coming across the border pissed and shit in these fields, and they haven't had anti-parasitics in their life, and they brought the parasites from their areas of the world, and then that can infect our agriculture. And I have to wonder if this is a result from that. What up, Alec? All right, let me see if I can find it. Probably can't find it. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I can find it. If people shut up about racism and all these coping mechanisms, then we can see what the real issues in our country. Agreed, 100%. And listen, I'll tell you. We'll talk about that for a second, okay? All right. So there's a huge issue where people have a natural instinct. And when that instinct, or when that looks like they've failed at trying to do stuff other people can do naturally, they blame it on somebody for fear of looking like less. Like, oh, what, you think if you didn't take us over that we wouldn't have flying freaking spaceships and shit? And it's like, so they keep blaming a boogeyman over and over and over again. And that's a problem. That's a problem, because then you can't actually use science and say, what is the issue? Maybe it's a parasite. Maybe it's freaking heat intolerance. Maybe it's something, and something can be worked towards. But a lot of people do not want to see it for what it is, and they lie. Deception is always bad. Deceiving people, telling them things that are not true to make them feel good is a problem. Muslims will take over and everyone will be under Sharia law, which is bad for non-Muslims. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, the Muslims that are saying that and having marching in the streets and saying this, like in New York and in Dearborn, Michigan, like they don't have the other Muslims that are like, no, we're having a good time in America. Well, this ain't the Islam that we follow. They're not doing that. And then so they're attached. They don't know which sect they're from. They just say Islam. Yeah, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. Thank you, brother. I got flowers. I got clutches. I got party hats. Thank you, brother Alec. Yeah, you understand, brother. All right, cool. Racism in real life is bizarre, though. Can't say shut up to racism. No, and I absolutely understand it. But then what has happened is the pendulum has swung back. So if you start understanding, when black people say black people can't be racist to white people, that's because there's racist black people that want to be racist towards white people and not be held accountable for it. And because some teacher told them that, no, it's a power dynamic thing. It's untrue. And then you're going to have white people that are like, I'm tired of this. You're not going to treat me like shit because somebody a freaking 100 years ago, 250, 400 years ago treated you like shit. And that's where we're getting now. And it's not helpful because there's more money available in the United States now than there ever has been. And everybody can get some as long as they stop using the past as a reason for their lack of success in the current, in the future. Oxlong. They made other people's issues and not see the real issues intended. I agree. Yeah, it's evil. It's evil. It's absolutely evil. And especially you have people that follow religions that push away, that say racism is bad, but then they just convince themselves by saying, I'm not being racist. Black people can't be racist against white people. And then it's like, listen, white people need black people to help move up in a world of white and black people. That means black people need white people to move up in a mixed society of white people and black people. But I think you've got people that know this and don't want to let that trick be known, because then you can get, your group can go get all that money and that power. Like it's wackadoodle. It's wackadoodle. There are a small portion of Muslims that don't follow the call. Right. And now whether they're scared of the more mainstream, I'm not angry. No, we're good, brother. Sarah says, us whites are tired. Yeah, it's gonna happen. What up, Mira? For real. Muslims and transgenders are literally the same. Now they do nothing but complain about the problems they brought on themselves. If Muslims spoke out against violent Islamists, they would be retaliated against this violence. Yeah. And that's a thing too. Okay, so when you make a deal with the devil, all right, here's something that's good to know for life. If you make a deal with the devil, it's going to come back to bite you. Like when you have politicians in America that make deals with people that are willing to hurt Americans to get rich. Okay. So you have gangs, you have street gangs in America, and you have cartels in Mexico and whatnot, and you have Italian mafias in America then you have politicians, local politicians that will make deals with them. So like look at California, look at like LA. Okay, so LA is an open air drug market. You can go there, you can buy drugs, you can sell drugs, you can use drugs in front of the police. Well, who's making the money off those drugs? The cartel is. So now you have the leaders in LA that sold that sold out to the devil. That's now if they have to figure out how to manipulate the vote by changing laws to make things that were illegal now legal, so that they can make sure that they're not replaced by somebody that they will then find out, well, hey, it looks like you made a bunch of money off the cartels, right? So now they're doing what they have to do to not find out, because now they're going to get caught, because as it always happens. Black people can, yes, absolutely. Some of the most racist people are blacks and Muslims. What up, Rodolfo? We should teach people to believe in facts and logic in school instead of learning about all these inexistent solved problems. And then they follow the radicalism will stop. I agree. Oh, what mess have you seen the Ozarks? Let's look it up. Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant in the Ozarks. The show. Yeah. I've seen it. Right. So what should we be teaching people? We shouldn't be teaching people that the past is going to affect their future. We shouldn't be telling people that the government and society is set up so they fail. Then they'll never try. Now, what you're doing, if you own a lot of capital in America, you don't want competition. So what you can do is you can take some of that capital and you can get a politician elected that will change the education system to say, hey, tell all these minorities that they cannot succeed in America without committing crimes. Okay, so then you have a lot of people that grow up that say, hey, America's against us. So we got to sell drugs. Who's making the money? The cartels. The cartels are making the money because the education system is telling kids in bad situations that they cannot win in America. So breaking a law, selling drugs is the way to get to the bag. And then that's making the cartels money. That's making the gangs money. And that's what it appears is going on. God bless Yarotsky. The Ozarks talks about the cartels. Yeah, it's good. It's a good show. Yeah, never trust the government. What's up, Thadiel? The racism problem will never be solved until we have a spiritual revolution. I agree. Listen, people have to understand, like, the way slavery should be taught is correctly. They should know that there were black slave sellers, that there were black slave owners, that there were white slave owners. But they also have to teach that only 4% of American families had slaves. 4%, not 95%, only 4%. So most families in America did not have slaves, but a lot of people died to stop it. Right. And they don't teach that because they want to make sure they don't lose that income stream. And the vote, it's so easy to vote. Republicans are racist. So don't vote Republican, obviously. So then you are emotionally manipulating a whole group of people to say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's insane. Rich, don't fall into the propaganda game. You sound like a politician more and more. I apologize, Brother Thadiel. I have the right to bear arms. Me too. That's my name. They teach you as a kid to get along. As adults, it's always division. Yeah. 4% includes the children, so it's even less. Right. It's the family, the whole family, right? It's even less. And they don't teach that. They teach white people. there was a court case, the Anthony Johnson court case, which made owning slaves for lifelong times legal. Anthony Johnson was a black man who owned a black slave. A white slaver came over, white plantation owner came over and talked to Anthony Johnson's indentured servant and said, hey, how long have you been here? He said, I've been here 27 years. And he said, you can leave. Indentured servitude's only usually 5 to 7 years. So dude left. And then Anthony Johnson called the cops and sued that white plantation owner, said he cost me my slave. Then that lawsuit out of that lawsuit became a law that said, or a rule, what do you call it when you have a lawsuit and then you say this is the way we're going forward? He said, I want this man to be my slave lifelong. And out of that, he ended up winning, Anthony Johnson. So that man ended up changing the way slaves were held. And he wasn't white. So it's like the whole anti-white racism stuff is absolutely wackadoodle. And until you tell the truth and until you let people know what really happened and what's really going on and that it's still going on in the world, there's more slaves in the world today than there was back during the North Atlantic slave trade. All this needs to be taught properly in schools to get through the history and then let it be known. But the problem is they've been lying for so long that then who's going to trust their education system? Nothing but facts. But yeah, precedent. We should see that every group is capable of doing terrible things instead of looking what group did not people. Yes, I agree. But the thing is, we should teach in schools things that will help you in the future. Not how to be an activist. We should teach in school how. We should teach people how money works. We should teach people how food and your body works, how vitamins and minerals work. We should teach people how to operate the body that they're moving around and how to do the best for it. And definitely teach them how money works. But we know America, this ultra freaking sensationalist, it drives me freaking crazy. We teach people to spend money and to say however much money you can spend is your worth to society. Right. North never had slaves, right? Now, we didn't have slaves like the South had slaves. We had very, very little. Comparatively, now, if you want to say zero, we didn't have zero, but we had like less than 1%. Especially of the 300,000 slaves that came across. It was like less than 300 that came to any North areas. And now, and this is like 450. And then after America became America, well, let's pull it up. I thought it was less than 300 people of the 300,000. Steak and veggies. Now, who has the majority of slaves today? India, China. Okay, we'll do one at a time. World Slave Index. I got beat up by a black boy with the same last name as me in high school for my grandfather owning his grandfather. No direct slaves. We were poor. Jeez. Oops. World Slave Index. Yeah, we'll get it, brother. I'll look it up. I got Grok on it. Have you ever read the book Dope Incorporated Bluegrass? I have not. People keep yapping at this point. Total anarchy is the only solution. Brother, we're too stupid. How much of us will die? If we go full anarchy, it's only going to be the people that have access to food and water that'll survive. Look what happened in Africa after colonization. Their water doesn't run. Their power barely works. And that's what'll end up happening. You'll have people that won't invest in fixing and repairing things because there won't be a corporate structure, a financial structure to give people a reason to do things. South only had like 3 to 20%. Okay, here, sorry. Global Slavery Index. Now they're claiming there were millions. Okay, here you go. Let's see. All right, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Here it is. This is it. Oh. There we go. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find it right here. All right. So there's 49.6 million people in modern slavery, 2.3 million in Pakistan, 11 million in India, 5.8 million in China, 2.6 million in North Korea. But it goes on and on and on and on and on. Yes, how do you grow vineyards, orchards, etc.? Yeah, that's good information. The North probably had like 1 to 5% at the most. Okay, there were like 500,000 slaves. I thought it was 300,000. Now they reproduced. They reproduced, right? But here. And that's another thing. American slavery allowed slaves to reproduce. Other areas, they castrated the men. Yeah, right. And so, okay, so 388 to 390,000 enslaved Africans, okay? The vast majority went to the Caribbean and Brazil. 12.5 million embarked Africa, 10.7 disembarked to the Americas, but they went to mainly to the Caribbean. Okay, U.S. peaked 1808, banned the imports. Smuggling continued, but a small scale. Additional people arrived through the intra-American slave trade from the Caribbean. So you had people in the Caribbean as more slaves were being born, would then sell them back into America. And so like I have a theory that I need to make a video one of these days. I guess was Congo as the top. Let's see. Let's see if it's even listed in here. So rank right here. Number 1 is North Korea, Eritrea, Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, Russia, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Switzerland, Norway, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Belgium, Ireland, Japan, and Finland. Crazy. The less Christian, the worse it becomes. Yeah. And I think there's a huge reason why you have an area, a sect of our government that wants to push for no God. And I don't think it's just because they don't believe in God. I think it's absolutely clinical. We in our Constitution, it says that we have these rights endowed upon by our Creator. If you can prove that there's no Creator, then you can change that to say, well, these rights can be taken away because they weren't given to you by God. So it's not a religious thing. It's not, oh, religions are fake or stupid or whatever. No. They just want to get enough people to say there's no Creator so they can change that language. Schools are busy teaching Billy how to oil up Jimbo's backs for a game of slip and slide. It's more India and China because they have more people. Yeah. Trump is negotiating with Iran while at the same time there's a war going on in southern Iran. Jesus Chrysler. We need a mind of gold, undefiled, raised up proper way so we can never depart from that way. I agree. To be honest, I would choose to be a slave if it meant I could be specialized and not bother about logistics, resources, gathering someone else's land. So if you ever read the Bible, and in the Bible, they talk about indentured servitude. And the problem with it when you read it in English is they say slavery. And slavery also, the words that were used for slavery is, there's I think it's Leviticus, where they talk about selling your daughter into slavery. But it's not chattel slavery. It's in areas of the world where you trade, where you got dowry for your daughter. And it says to treat your slave as if they were your family. So, but that the problem is how it's been translated. It doesn't mean it's like American slave trade, like chattel slavery, like where they weren't people. They were treated like animals. But so indentured servitude was always a thing. And still, if your country has a drought and you can't feed yourself, you say, hey, other state, we'll work for you if you feed us. But once the weather changes and we can start growing crops again, we'll do X, Y, and Z. That's still considered a form of slavery, of indentured servitude, but people did it intentionally. They put themselves into it. Indentured servitude, often people put themselves in. So when you read laws about slavery like that, if they're not talking about chattel slavery, we're talking about but 11 of the first 12 presidents owned slaves. Yeah. I never worked as a CEO. I think they were all Northerners. Charlie. John Quincy Adams was an early abolitionist. He was like 100 years ahead of his time with slavery. No one agreed with him. Yeah. Well, so there's an interesting thing. You could work less than slaves, have better quality of life. My rights were endowed to me by the Big Bang. Do you recall the movie Flipper? I remember Flipper. Die failing to survive or work for somebody else type slavery. That's another thing. The elite was under the impression as inalienable to Indian people, right? The South had the elite Mississippi rich upper. Yeah, well, that's why they wanted a different. That's why the cessation, when they wanted to succeed from the Union, is they wanted a different constitution that didn't talk about that. And also, they talk about slavery, about how black people, slaves, were 3/5 a human, and that's not true. The truth is the South wanted to count their slaves in the census. Same things happening today where you have Democrat states that want to count illegal aliens in their census so they get political power. So the deal the North had to make with the South was, we're not going to let you count your slaves as voters because they're not citizens, but we'll make them 3/5, we'll count 3/5. So that way they wouldn't import more people like they're doing now to get more political power. So they're doing now what they did in the 1700s, the same game, the same party. They want more people that aren't American citizens to count on the census so they get more seats. So the 3/5 thing wasn't that black people, because remember, black slave holders were counted as a person, a whole person. It was only the slaves of any color that were counted as 3/5. So they wouldn't get that much political power, and then change the laws to say, no, we all want slavery. You could Google that too. A swap in New York to ever been an industrial revolution. Indentured servitude is not slavery, but still bad because they were. Yes, yeah, I agree. I'm not saying it's kick ass. No, we can dramatize romanticize what ancestral servitude or slavery was. Yeah, that's happened too. Remember another interesting act about the CSA was integrated military. The Union was segregated. Okay, all right, we got 13 more minutes until this speech. So let's see. A lot of lies were told about the South. True, but we lost that one. Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting, though, that, like, you only learn this stuff outside of school. But school, I think, is made in a way to make learning irritating so that kids don't want to learn anything after they get out of school. And I also believe that high school teaches you so little to make you want to spend money on college. Like, when you get out of high school, you're like, man, I'm dumb. I don't know anything, but I'll go to college and spend $100,000. There were a lot of free slaves. Yeah. Trump has the speech everybody in the world's supposed to watch, so we're going to watch it. Let's see. Let's do this. The leaks say that it's about how the election was stolen, but we'll see. It might be something completely different. We got no idea. You got a bunch of Democrats running around saying, if he says anything about the election, trust me, he's lying. Slavery's bad. Don't need to debate why it's not. Everybody should have the same rights. You're born as a slave. You should never be, you never decide to be one. No, that's not true. That's not true. Some people sign themselves up. Some people say, and they're still doing it today. People are signing into slavery with the cartels to get to America. They get wristbands that tell them how much they owe the coyotes, the people that get them across the border. So the coyotes will fly them from their country to Mexico. They'll sneak them across the border, and then they have Mexican gangs in America that will keep an eye on them. So when these people get jobs or sell drugs or get on OnlyFans, look it up. That some of that money will go back to the cartels until it's paid off. So these people are indenturing themselves. And this is a weird thing. It still happens today. It's still happening today, more than back then. Yeah, two of my five great grandfathers died fighting for the Confederacy. One of their grandfathers was the Revolution, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't simple black and white. War never is, right? Black and white people created slaves in America. Black and whites freed slaves too. Right. But they don't teach it that way. I was 25 and 27 and I already had kids. I wouldn't be here. If you want to be a slave, you should be allowed to, but you should also be allowed to leave slavery. Right. So it was contractual, 5 to 7 years, right? Like that's how we got a lot of people to America, was indentured servitude. The Dutch East Indies Company, people in Europe would say, I want to go live in America. Here is places kick ass. And they would say, okay, we're going to set you up. We've got a bunch of tobacco fields and cotton fields in America. You're going to work there for 7 years, and then you'll get this much land, this much money, or nothing. Just go free, depending what the contracts say. But yeah, right. You should have freedom to leave. You said that like Mr. Mackey on South, but slavery's bad. Okay. My bank's indentured servitude to me. All right, let's see. We're almost there. 9 minutes. Let's see. Address the nation. All right, I got to pee too, so we'll do it. Actually, what I just said might be used to be politically justify bad stuff, and they'll do it. If you think you should have a choice to leave slavery, you don't understand slavery. Right, that's the difference between slavery and not slavery, is the ability to leave. Like a job and employment isn't slavery, even though people will say I'm a wage slave or whatever, because you need the money. But you can change jobs to get the money at other places. That's the difference. Pretty sure they were best friends. Okay, I got to pee. Let's put this up. Associated Press. We got this. All right. Jeez. All right, hold on. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. What? You think it looks like you ain't got no hair? My cat is pissed off. You should see. I'll take a picture of him later. I had to shave him up today. You guys freak a lot of hair. Anyway, slavery should be banned. Nevertheless, yeah, you're right. But it seems like they want to bring it back. That's what's really crazy. Quitting a shit job is almost as good as illegal immigration. Working on a farm's form of slavery. A lot of black slaves were paid in the Americas. Not about pay. It's about having a say. Right. And listen. The way that it's being recreated now with mass migration, slaves have always had a place to sleep, a place to stay, and food. So the Democrats just want the government to pay for that. They want to say, we'll put you on food stamps in Section 8, so you get a house and you get food, but you're going to work for us for free. Well, the working for them is voting for them or having them in the population to count to say, hey, now we can get seats. Political seats. Slavery is unjust. You got to be paid, but slavery is still legal. Yeah, slavery is still legal. The 13th Amendment says, I'm paraphrasing, slavery is illegal except for criminals. Many slaves were paid more about having agency than rights. Yeah. Who do you think makes roadside license plates? So yeah. Read the 13th Amendment, what it literally says. All right, well, we got 4 minutes. There's criminals. Okay, let's see. 13th Amendment. Not 10th. Jeez. I got this air conditioning on it. Formally abolished slavery and eventual servitude. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except punishment for crime, the party shall be duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. It was easier to just give the slave money than have cloth and feed it. Well, right, because money is unlimited to the government. So if they want slaves, they can just pay them and say that, still treat them as slaves, because if they can't speak English and they have no skills, without government assistance, they can't do anything. So they're enslaved to the system. Now they could learn English and stuff, but it's the same thing they did to the slaves. They didn't let the slaves learn how to read and stuff, and they're doing the same thing. And they wouldn't say that it's wackadoodle. We're all slaves to the government. Al Sharpton looks like let's put this on here real quick. Need to start making criminals work. They were starving on plantations. Some were and some weren't. Listen, some slaves were treated so well that when they were freed, they went and got their own slaves. Some slaves were treated so well, they got their own, when they were done with their slavery sentence, they got their own land. And some of them were like, hey, boss, I think I can run this. And he's like, well, here's 500 acres. And so, like, yes, and some were starved. That's the problem, is evil. So is slavery evil? Yes, but some of it wasn't as evil. Some of it actually, like I said, people had places to stay and food to eat. It depends what they were doing. But the problem is they couldn't say, I want to leave. That's the problem. And then of course, just like now, like you have what the media does now. They find the worst things that happen in the United States and say this is the United States. Like all these cops are killing black people. They look and they show, what's his face, George Floyd. Like it's happening freaking 1,000 times a day all over the United States. That's what you would expect by how the media portrays stuff like that. But yeah, it should never have happened, and it shouldn't. And something's got to be worked out. But it's obvious now that the reparations thing, the same way that our other government subsidies and government payouts go, it's going to be stolen by the NGOs that will be set up to distribute it. It's just obvious. The system's got too many holes in it. Those slaves were downright lucky. Everything's alive. And a break take. Did you know that Middle Eastern smart people with degrees are leaving their own country to go to the West? Yeah. Well, let's see. We only got 3 more minutes, so we'll wait till after this. We'll change. The slave barely ate and got beating. What BS housing? Of course, otherwise they die. It's not like that. They got a house, especially in South America, just a hut on the ground. Right? No, I agree. That absolutely happened. But there was also the house that got treated well, that freaking, right? Like, so everything's not a polished, everything's not the same. That, like, there are people that benefited off of it and there's people that not. So the truth should be told. It should be told, because everything that we teach is that all it was a white people smashing black people. And that's just not the truth, because there was black slave owners. And they're still in Africa. The same tribes are still selling slaves. Early slaves were banned from learning English. Right. And like they're doing that now. Like they're having this mass migration, but they're not taking the time to teach these people English and whatnot. So they cannot do anything but what their handlers tell them. Like, you're in America now. You don't even know what the street signs say, but don't worry. Here's how you get your food and water. No one is happy in bondages, no matter how their masters treated that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they were happy. The problem is that they could do their own things without consent. Right. That's what slavery is. Yeah. Things went downhill fast with Anthony Johnson sold people out in 1665. Right. Yeah, I already mentioned that. Dude talks like an AI, agrees with most recent comment. Who, me? I just agree with a lot of comments. Had to reverse the Anthony Johnson law. Yeah, that's rough stuff. And that should be taught. People should know that you can find good people in the world and you can find bad people of all races. Evil's the problem. Evil is the issue. People that are willing to hurt other people to get what they want is the problem. And they're trying to say that it isn't. It ended because of an industrial revolution, and revolts got too much of an issue. And blaming Whitey. Hold on one second.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure.
America's don't
one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern.
Yeah, right.
First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people.
That's
like
the presidential seal. Vishal.
U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not.
The problem is, Kelvin,
they just didn't want it. They
how are you or I going to know if it's true?
To win, and for good reason.
The orange
As the
idiot.
documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said.
Is crazy,
the Chinese government wanted the U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them. Charged them billions and billions of dollars worth
Trump's
of
own
tariffs
judges, AG and Chris Carter, said it was not
the strongest
stolen.
military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military.
Listen, no, I'm here for you, Calvin. But the problem is, and the problem is with all political wackadoo, is they said it so quickly before there was any time to do any research. That's what pissed off so many people. The day after the election, they said it was the most safe and secure. I have to agree with them on that one.
Anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA.
I want Trump to announce something that would go viral, go global. Can you agree?
Is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political.
Brother Calvin, I live in Georgia. I just want to say, everybody was surprised he didn't win Georgia.
We found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be
that's what it sounds like.
At a different level by different people incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack.
They said that was
one assessment.
They said that was the Large Hadron Collider. Arrogant.
We judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country.
Trying to kill our
country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did.
Brother, for a lot of people, that's all he needed to do.
This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit.
That's what it looks like.
The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matters...
Listen, I've worked in cybersecurity. I've worked with... Let's just say I'm going to look at the files. I'm not going to have a chat member tell me what's true and what's false. I'm not taking his words for it. I'm going to look through the data. I do know that for years that they were accessible. We were able to go in and look at them while the tallies were happening, but we were told that they couldn't be changed. That could absolutely be true, and I do believe that that's possible. Now, whether this happened or not, I don't know. Whether he's setting everything up to get everybody arrested, I don't know. But I'm not going to take anybody's word for it. I'm going to look at it myself. We'll go over it together.
fully investigated.
It's crazy.
And to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those
2 presidents in a row
responsible
with
for any
dementia.
crimes.
What up,
Finally,
Brian?
to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results
Probably
of a
will
stunning
be. Sounds like
investigation
that's what
by
he's
the
setting up.
Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000
I'll get started.
foreigners illegally
All right, brother.
registered
Thank you.
to vote.
Biden and Obama.
Put
Or
together, these
non-
disclosures reveal an election
Trump may be the
system
best
so
president since
broken
ever
and
ago.
so vulnerable that no one can possibly
Why can't I
defend it.
complain
It
about
is not
how he speaks
defensible.
Trump to that, so.
Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC fake news have both said that they would not cover.
Listen, Kelvin, 2 things can be true at the same time. I'm not just disagreeing with you, but what we need to find out is what's bullshit and what's not, especially when we make through. We can't, if there's evidence, I'm going to look for the evidence. But the problem is people say it's all lies, so people don't look. I'm going to at least look.
For this speech, they knew what it was about.
You can complain about
because
anything
of
you
the
want.
fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is, and they don't want to reveal it.
You gotta try to tell
They and
off
others in the media are part of a
That's
plot.
true.
They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without.
But both sides are using it, and the problem is that the left, the Democrats, are going socialist. So something's got to happen. Whether this is all a setup to make everything fall down, or everybody goes to jail and whatnot. But regardless, that we got to at least look for ourselves. That's the important part. The fear is so people don't look. They want to make you scared, and the left does it, and the right does it. I'm not scared. I'm taking everything with a grain of salt, but I'm definitely going to look into everything myself. I'm going to come up with my own report. We'll see what happens.
Free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country.
And that I'm tired of that shit too. I'm tired of, and also because they're going towards just average white people now too. And I happen to be one of them. So if this stuff doesn't stop, or the right and the left, and if there is outside interference, I wanted to get it taken care of. That's kick ass. All right. But we have to get it down. This whole bullshit what's been going on for 30 years in America has to come to an end. You know, if this is a way through to that, then cool, kick ass. Go Trump. And if it's all bullshit, then we'll find out. But the thing is, when people listen to the news and they say it's the fairest election ever, and it obviously was the day after. I did cybersecurity for years. I know that it takes a lot longer just to go through the freaking go through the logs, and so I knew that they were bullshit right after that. So I appreciate that looking through. So let's say 2 things can be true. And remember, he's not going to be in office in 2028. But as of this moment, if it's JD Vance or Rubio, I'm voting Republican as of this moment, because they're, after what the Democrats did, letting the pedophiles out, and them Democrats not releasing the Epstein files, even if the Trump administration released the Epstein files, and the only thing in it about Trump is him telling the police that they should look into Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, whether the information was gotten rid of, that Trump had the information gotten rid of, the Democrats should have released it. They set themselves up. They're not worth anything. They're not worth more than the Republicans. Absolutely not. They're doing worse bullshit now. Absolutely. And they got us to this point by not releasing that stuff and using it in the news for so long. When they had all three, they had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they didn't release it, while saying over and over again, this is going to destroy Trump. This is going to destroy Trump. They didn't do it. And I'm tired of that bullshit. I'm tired of everybody in America hating each other, because most people don't know at all what they're talking about. And so they just hate each other because some person thinks that they're a conservative or some person thinks that they're a liberal. That shit's got to stop. And I would like to see an end to that. I would like to actually see, I hope that whoever's fucking around is going to finally say, oh shit, looks like people are going to hang, and they stop fucking around. That's what I want to see. I want to see an actual Democrat party and an actual Republican party. So I would love to see that. He has turned brother, it's happened I don't know how old you are, Kelvin, brother. I'm 49. This has been happening for decades.
Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. I agree. And it should not be a partisan issue.
Listen, my dad was a Republican. My mom was a Democrat, and they were married 50 some odd years as Republican and Democrat. It used to be possible. Everybody hates each other now. Whether this is all a setup, this is all bullshit to make that stop, I'll appreciate that. That's it. This hateful bullshit. Both parties should be saying, how can America get to be the best that we can be? And how can we do the best for the American people? But have two different ways of doing it. That and all the other bullshit, everybody hating each other. Great. If he's a con man, but I'm not going to disregard everything. Absolutely not. Because the Democrats lie and the Republicans lie. So you can't take this as truth or lies. You got to prove it to yourself. And that's what I want to do. I'm not just going to not look at it.
Cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected, so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states.
It was fine,
and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with...
Right. So imagine this real quick. Imagine Trump won because they bought the election. Right? And imagine Biden won because they bought the election. Wouldn't it be kick-ass if they're saying all this bullshit to know that the next rich person will just win the election if they leave it the way it is, and if they button that up, at least we can get back to some form of normal. That's what I would like to see. Because if he probably didn't spend enough in 2020 with the Chinese or the freaking Russians. And yeah, it just makes sense like that. Don't get upset. No, I'm not upset. I get energetic. I'm definitely not upset, brother. You have to judge a man, but yeah, no, I agree. But multiple things can be true at the same time, and I honestly believe that the vote is for sale and has been for sale. And whether all this is bullshit, what he's saying, and he just got bought out, like beat because the Biden administration spent more money and got and paid for more digital votes to be swapped, and then he did it in 2024. Multiple things can be true, but if they're going to zip that up, I think that would be kick-ass. Don't forget Trump and scrub the fuck. Right. And that's why I'm pissed at the Democrats, because the Democrats should have released it before Trump had access to them. And I think a lot of people forget how we got here. How we got to this point pardon me. People need compassion for our neighbors' parents. Yes, right. Yeah. And I'm tired of what they're doing with our food, and I'm tired of what they're doing with our medication. That's all crap. It could all be so cheap. We're the richest country on earth, and we should be treating our citizens like they're from the richest country on earth. Try to undermine the 2020 election before the 8-4. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He probably bought this election, is what I'm saying. And if it's accessible to everybody, then it's got to stop, because I want to be able to run in 6 years. For Trump being a tool, just remember he's the only matador. Yeah, absolutely.
Those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat, because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship.
Trump's just
Are you a citizen of our country,
Trump
please?
has the reading writing on the wall.
And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail.
Listen, and I think that would be great if the American people vote for that. But if you can buy the vote, that's what irritates me. That's what irritates me. And if there's a lot of evidence, which I will absolutely look into, that the vote is for sale, and we know that the Dominion was written and built, the software was written and the hardware was built in Venezuela. Absolutely. Okay. They go and get Maduro, and now we got all this information. So we probably traded something for something, right? So that's probably where all this information came from. But why were we using Venezuelan freaking technology in our elections in the first place? Melania was one of Epstein's girls, and Trump married her. So that's what he said. So he said it's released. They released all that information on the whitehouse.gov.
Mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so
look,
many
even if you
other
try to say
places,
120,
mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
Right.
So you would have no
his ear looks unaffected by the greatest doctor, by
say
plus surgeon Paul B.
illness, disability,
blue wave, right wave,
military deployment, or
our taxes go to
travel
Israel,
if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act.
I thought he was about to cuss. Speak of that Monica
Together
Jazz,
we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Well, bam. Okay, so let's see. Trump has no moral compass. They listen. None of them do. No, absolutely not. No one's going to tell me that the pedophile-freeing Democrats and the freaking open border Democrats have a moral compass. That ain't going to happen either. And so I'm tired of hearing that the Democrats are better than the Republicans. They're absolutely not. They're a whole part, the whole house of shitholes. And absolutely not. And I would absolutely like there to be less interference with Israel, with Iran, with China, with Russia, with North Korea. I would like them to get the hell out of our country, get absolutely out. I would like to be able to run in 6 years and actually have a chance at taking this. I'm tired of this being a rich man's world where they can just buy all the power, get into office, and then get themselves rich. Like what's going on with the freaking plastic surgeons around the world making billions of dollars off of freaking kids off the medical money from America? It's absolutely wacko. I'm not talking about religion, politics. This is where we are. The inability to debate is destroyed. Yeah, right. Because the media surrounding it has turned Republicans into Nazis and freaking and Democrats into pedophiles. And it's like, it's so obvious when you have Tim Walz pardoning a pedophile that raped a 10-year-old girl multiple times, released them. And when he signed that, he said on the air, I don't see a threat to us. I don't see a threat to our communities. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. You know, have you ever thought that maybe they're working together and that there's a bunch of pedophiles and wackos? I'm tired of hearing that the Republicans are pedophiles when there's proof that the Democrats are. At least people that were supposed to be the vice president of the United States is releasing pedophiles into his nation. And I'm tired of all this crap. I'm tired of it. And it's just gone on way too far too long, and they're just enriching themselves over and over and over again. And if we kick ass, if it gets all zipped up and buttoned up, and that's what it needs, they need to freaking spread out and say they need to open their books and say this is where everything's going. All right, let's see. All right, get out of the way. Oh, presidential actions. Oh, what's that? Hold on. Let's see. I'm way far behind. YouTube channels, workspans, right? Yeah, listen, I'm not going to vote for Trump. I'm not voting for Trump. But I would absolutely vote for JD Vance. I'd absolutely vote for Marco Rubio. Like they're absolutely not off the list because they're Republicans. I would absolutely vote for one of those two. Right now, whoever, I would not vote for Gavin Newsom. I would not vote for Gavin Newsom. I would not vote for AOC. Trump says, God bless, like Satan saying, see you soon. That's funny. I'm Obama's brother. That's cute. Imagine moving hundreds of feet per second, turning around only as ear perfectly, no drama. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Exactly. Power. Yeah, money buys power. Yeah, I'm tired of that. And I think more of us, people that are actually interested in straightening this freaking wackadoo country out, I think we should actually get involved in the process instead of bitching at our neighbors. Trump pardons cop beaters, child molesters, and drug dealer dumped 400 tons of coke in the American streets. Understood. I'm not going to vote for him. I'm not voting for Trump. Nazis versus pedos theaters this fall. Yeah, that's what it feels like every election. People have slowed the frame rate of the video, reclassed. Yeah. That's all. It's all request. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, and the thing is, if you've never actually looked into non-elected officials in the government, the non-elected officials that basically have stayed in office since Obama, it's pretty freaking obvious. And one of the things that pisses me off about the Obama administration was the GRAS, the generally recognized as safe. Anybody that's been in this stream long enough, that you understand that that vitamin and mineral absorption and neurotransmitters and how our guts work is something I talk about a lot. And the reason that a lot of us are sick is because during the Obama administration, they changed GRAS, generally recognized as safe, to allow companies to say, oh, this stuff we're putting in the nation's food is fine. But if people start to die, then we'll change it. Like that, they gave too much power to the companies. Let's ignore the fact that Joe let in more. Yeah, right. And listen, and that's why that's why like what's that effect on the industry that I was in. It's horribly decimated how easy it was to get a job in the movie industry. As we expand, the plot has been lost. American dream is gone. We exist to be polarized. Man, yeah. I'm voting for freaking unless a kick-ass Democrat comes up, I'm voting Republican. All of a sudden, interesting question. Why all of a sudden? What? So I don't know. I know exactly what it means. We watch that. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Let's see if we can find this. Presidential actions. Okay, that's today. Where's all the freaking wackadoo? They find people in the secret keeping them. Can't if you can't vote for Trump anymore, but you'll vote for a party that stood by and wrecked your world. I disagree with you there. I absolutely think what happened during the Biden administration destroyed the world that I was living in. I was living in a purple state. I was happy to be surrounded by Democrats and Republicans. And it's become an absolute shithole how everybody treats each other and how so much work has gone away and how people are scared and staying home because of what's happened. Absolutely. What's been absolutely destroyed. I do not like the way the Democrats handled COVID at all. I would love to be in Florida. I would have loved to have been in Florida during that. I disagree. Unless you know something more than I know, and I'm open to talk, as you know. Our elected officials have so much power and influence. Meanwhile, they say the Patriot Act without reading it. Right. That stuff's absolutely right. So who actually does that stuff? Yeah, they didn't write that stuff. Okay. No. Okay. That's against both evidence. That's March. Where the hell is the wackadoo? Yeah, listen, I was a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat anymore. They've gone too far. This whole how they're handling crime, how they're doing cashless bail, absolutely they've gone too far. I live very, very close to Atlanta. I spent a lot of time in there, and this is a Republican-run area, Republican and Democrats, what you consider purple, and that's why I left Maryland. And so everything was going decent until it's not. Right after I did not vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, and I'm not going to vote for him in 2028. But I can't see it, knowing every time I try to talk to a Democrat, say win my vote. The only thing they'll say is it'll be better when Trump's out. Okay, but nobody can tell me anything. And if people can buy the vote, I don't trust it anyway. So it's like so many people have their lives that are breaking up relationships with family and friends and loved ones over politics that most people don't even know anything about. And then you got the wackadoo violent stuff that's going on, and that's not kick-ass. And people are slapping people for wearing Trump hats and shit. Like a 13-year-old girl got slapped by a Canadian who's now getting deported. I think if the Democrats didn't open the border, there would be a much stronger Democrat presence. If Biden did not open the border and would have handled COVID better, you wouldn't have so many converts. How many G-forces would something like that generate during turning 90 degrees in space between an ear and head? I can't even imagine. Probably like 8 or 9. Vance Trump 2028. Massey. There you go. Yeah, listen, I'd vote for Massey if he's running. I mean, we don't know who's running, but the people that the Democrats are talking about. Listen, I'm not so deluded to understand that California has gone off the rails. And luckily, I was in an industry that was married to California, and I have pretty great information about what's happened there and why so many workers from California are in my state. Why I worked with so many people from the California freaking unions and whatnot, and they absolutely say it's absolutely under control by the cartels and the mafia, and it seems like it's true. I mean, I don't have evidence, but it looks like if you see how much money the cartels are getting just off the drug sales in the main cities, and there, it seems like it's a pretty good freaking wackadoo. And then seeing like just how they're handling their elections is absolutely crazy. But then they changed the laws to make it not illegal. I can understand that, and I tell you what, Spencer Pratt definitely did something to make me start looking more towards the Republican Party. And then when knowing that the Democrats want to tear everything down that Trump did and when they come in, I can't move my investments and say how I want to plan the next 5 years of my life. If the Democrats win, everything that I have set up, the companies that I think will be doing well due to what this administration has set up is all going to be reversed. I would prefer to not have the chaos. I prefer not have the chaos. Deport all Canadians. Interesting. This machines are under lock and key. Don't count the paper ballot. Don't they count the paper ballots beside the only casual data? We found 28,000 that were suspicious. Interesting. Let's see. I mean, I'm trying to find this. I should just take a deep breath here and find it. Hold on. Evidence Trump released today. Okay, that's it. This looks like it's it here. I agree, but you can't throw away humanity for what stock market. No, I disagree with it. What do you mean by my humanity? I think the world is a better place. Do you know how many wars Trump stopped? Do you understand the world is a better place now? I'm not licking the dude's butthole, but the dude has actually done some good stuff. And even Hillary Clinton is saying his plan for the Middle East is the only way it'll work. Hillary Clinton is now on Trump's side. I just don't disagree with everything. And listen, I don't believe what I hear anymore. I don't believe what I hear. And I tell you what, in the movie industry, everybody was Democrat. Everybody that I knew, nobody is voting Democrat anymore because of what they did to the border and with COVID. It completely upended life. And then in areas like, and I tell you what's the guy's name in Florida? I'd vote for that guy for president, the guy that lost for running for president again, but then it probably got bought out from underneath him. Okay, let's see. Sorry. Thank you, Jan IQ. More politics, Richard going crazy. Sorry, brother. I just want to look into this stuff here. The world is a better place. It still hasn't released the files. Right. So did you listen to JD Vance on Joe Rogan? They were talking about that. He said that the stuff, and I can only go by what he said. I can't make shit up in my head. I can't listen to CNN or Fox News and trust anything anymore. So he said, if there's any more evidence, besides the names that weren't, the parts that weren't released were names of girls that turned into bad people. They were victims at first, but then they started bringing other girls in. So they were on that line of what it was. And he said that the evidence, the people that did the FBI and whatnot, that did the initial investigation had too narrow of a view. And so they didn't expand out. So all the stuff that we hear that's not in the files is not there. And then he also said he doesn't think that evidence exists anymore. Any evidence pointing to big wigs is no longer in the evidence file. And he says sometimes between 1994 and 2006, it's gone by the wayside. This stuff should have came out. The Epstein files didn't just become a thing. They've been a thing since the 90s, and they've been being withheld from the Republicans and Democrats the whole time. You can't put that on this current administration. At least he released something, and at least the bullshit that he released has something in there saying that he said, look at these people, they're doing bad shit. You can't also discount that if we're going to use that as our 2020 counts. Okay, sorry, let me do this too. 2020 counts. Red flag. They kicked people out of the counting centers. Black women. Yeah, and I live in Georgia where they freaking flooded the place, and then they had video of people bringing in suitcases full of unfolded mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots get folded at the printing facility before they go into an envelope, get mailed out and mailed back. So and like maybe we'll see here. Maybe we'll see here. All right, let's see. Okay. Funding, Rubio warned left-wing terrorism, pay a Trump administration. No, that's not what I wanted. I guess, where's it at? President from the birth, measured about, huh? Let's see. DeSantis. Yeah. DeSantis. You're delusional, Rich. There's still plenty of Democrats out there. Yeah. I tell you what, the Democrats have become very violent. And the liberals, the liberal voter has become very violent. There's a lot of people that are saying they're Democrats online to not get hate bombed. It's a freaking rough place to be. And I can see, I mean, you can see what's going on just in the chat. There's lies. He did not stop 8 wars. He did not lie about all of that. No one could call Trump out for that. Okay, so you think the Abraham Accords are a lie? All right, let's see. Did not start any wars. Trump highlighted, not fully any large scale ongoing U.S. wars. It does mean U.S. coalition Obama era the caliphate in Syria by 2029, Libya ISIS control 2019, intensified Al-Bukhari 2019, Afghanistan, other actions in content, Syria. Trump authorized general killings. Summer 2020, ISIS not going to pass. Second term, Trump's claimed credit for brokering ceasefires between Israel, Hamas, Israel, Iran, India, Pakistan, and others. They're separate from his first term record. So he did 8, but over two seasons or 2 wackadoos. Boomers ain't dead. Democrats hate Trump voters more than they hate him. What does your father think of politics? Mine? So, I mean, pretty much the same thing. My mom nowadays is more aligned with how I am. She thinks the same thing. She's very upset about the border. She's very upset about that. She's very upset, and she thinks that this parasite thing that come through, like, do you remember when they were talking about the people coming across the border in the southern border of America, where we grow a lot of our lettuce and whatnot that gets distributed to the rest of the United States? Well, a lot of people came through there, and there was a border report that they were pooping and peeing and dropping shit all in there. Well, we'll see if it's true or not, but this freaking parasite, if they find that the genetics of the parasite leads back to a third world nation, then it could be from people shitting in the fields where the lettuce was coming across the border. So, yeah, but then again, they're both pretty. My father was a rocket scientist, Johns Hopkins Avery Propulsion Research Laboratory. He's a pretty bright guy, and he's got some pretty good connections, right? So he wants what's best for America. He wants what's best for his investments and his family. He wants to make sure that there's long-term plans. What are we doing over the next 10 years? How's things going? What's going on? He understands about the bullshit. She understands about the bullshit, and they don't fight over it. And even the liberals that live in my neighborhood, who there's none of anymore. People that had Kamala Harris banners in their yard have American flags with the 4th of July and stuff. I was going to make a video of it, but a lot of people didn't. I mean, I didn't want to ask permission to have them on the internet. Why does it go by the wayside? How does he get the power to get them back? Can we read license plates from space now when the files got lost? Yeah, brother. This is rich old politics. Highest food prices, highest gas prices, highest mortgage, highest energy basis. Say just paid $700 energy bill. Brother, listen. I don't know what state you're in, but things are going pretty good in Georgia. Our prices have gone down. The report that came out today, it was pretty good too. We got gas that's still under $3.60 a gallon, $3.59 a gallon. And during all this wackadoodle, price of eggs have gone down. The housing prices have even gone down. But you have to agree also that the having all the mass migration has affected home prices in America. If I was a home builder and the government says, "Hey, I'll give you more money than you would pay these people, or than these people would pay to put these people in your houses," you have to also understand that when you see homeless in America, you don't see a lot of the migrants. You see a lot of Americans on the streets. Well, where's the extra housing that these people could be living in? Why are the houses that are being built go to? Why are there now 20,000 houses on the market in Ohio that weren't on the market a few months ago? It's because it's kicking out the people that were living in Ohio. And I mean, now whether it's kick ass or not, I like immigration. I don't like mass migration because of what it's caused, and it's make it and the violence in the streets has gone absolutely wackadoodle. And people say, well, it's going down. Okay, well, it's got to go down faster. It should absolutely go down faster. And people say, well, Americans commit crimes. Great, but if the other crimes that are being committed by the immigrants weren't being committed, we would have more resources to go towards that. And then people talk about ICE, but still, Obama did the same freaking thing with the same guy, Tom Homan. And I just don't believe it. I just don't believe that the Democrats are so much better than the Republicans. I do not believe it. I don't believe it. I mean, we could pull shit out for all these people. Look at all the bullshit that they did. The pardons that Biden gave out that go back to the freaking 90s or whatever. That's wackadoo shit. All governments are corrupt. They don't work for their countries anymore. Yes, I agree. And I think it would be kick ass if this ends up being true, and maybe I'm wishful thinking. If this is true, and we could actually get freaking hand counted votes again, that would be great. Yes, the correct angle. Yes, I agree. Democrats have had hostile energy forever. Democrats see it. Well, and the thing is, the Democrats in the 90s are the MAGA of today. Like it's absolute insanity to if you remember being a Democrat in the 90s and what they did with free speech, how they absolutely squashed us on free speech. It's crazy. And to see how, I don't know. I never asked them. I should ask him. I'll ask him tomorrow. Asker agreed. Sup, nerds? Up, dial up. They're smart for this. My parents, conservative, free spirits. Both Obama and Biden's energy secretaries, everything. Using chat GDP for this L. That's freaking, that's crock. Trump doesn't care about you or me. I know. And I don't care about him. I care, but I do care about where the country's headed. And the idea. What really pisses me off is that the Democrats are in bed with the socialists and communists. That's really, really, really breaks my heart. He closed down pandemic office in China, and COVID came right on. Fully boosted. Bourgeoisie blues. Oh, the homeless are blacks and whites. Yeah, right. I also blame city for demolishing them instead of fixing it. No, right. I'm from Baltimore originally, dude. We have like 70,000 homes up there that could have been fixed up. They were just empty. They just put boards on them so the homeless didn't have places to stay, which was absolute insanity too. And I look at all the vacant business space that's available in like Washington State, like Seattle and whatnot. And they've got all these homeless people. Why don't they just put them in there? And they don't. So why not? So they don't really want to fix this stuff. And I really actually believe COVID jab thing. Blues. It's always, I'm sorry for what I said about you earlier. You're all right, brother. I forgive you. There wasn't anyone with millions and millions scrubbed. Yes. Right. And listen, we've gotten to a point as a country where we've accepted that we're going to be robbed from. But I tell you what really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. And it's on the left and the right. I hate influencer politicians. I hate that they're trying to make more money on Facebook and Instagram and shit than they're trying to make, in government. And they inflame people and piss people off to people hate watch and hate respond, and they get engagement and they get money off of that. And it's definitely a thing. And it pisses me off so much. And I can use a real Apple search. It's not Chat GPT. This is Grok. Idle hands, the devil's thoughts, presidents. Okay, but here, like, let's do this too. Let's do this real quick. All right. Okay, let's see. Environment proof. Okay, let's see if I can find it here. Oops. All right. Oh, come on. All right. This is Fox News. Take it or leave it. Dollar gets weaker, about 4%. Right. All right. Oh, sorry. All right. Stop.
For Gaza.
Hot take: we should stop wasting money on rapists and murderers. Take place. Yeah, I agree. Listen, I agree with that too. Listen, and I really don't like what the Democrats are doing with crime. I don't like that so many people are being re-released, and I don't like what it's doing to the black community. I don't like how they're taking the bottom 1% and blasting them all over the internet, and then you have a bunch of people having this conversation on race because the bottom freaking 1% or 2% of America that's committing all the crimes, because they get released all the time. Well, bail is racist. Well, crime is illegal. And it's like the reasons they want to use to do this stuff really irritates me. I would really like to see the Democrats step up on crime. I would really like to see the Democrats step up on the border. Like, why can't the Republicans and Democrats just agree on the border and agree on crime and then just figure out the way to do other stuff? What's she doing? Sorry.
Self-determined.
Damn it, woman. What is this crazy ass thing?
Positive about Trump. Trump's
250,000 is going to make a difference. 20 suspicious votes as Trump beat Kamala. The same ballot machines. Maybe investigate that last.
Is actually a
just destroyed all the American institutions. Legally, Doge was not okay by Congress. Steve.
security
Yeah,
for
right.
Israel,
Well, you know what?
Reconstruction for Gaza, and the possibility of
We'll talk about Doge right after this.
Self-determination, however defined.
You think she's getting over TDS? No, I want.
Okay, regardless. Okay, so I don't want to hear what they gotta say, but yeah, but it's very interesting to see how you got people like her agreeing with Trump on huge things like the Middle East. So here, what is this about? Sorry, so Doge. Okay, so I Kelvin, I think it is very interesting to also see that almost all of now South America has won its right-wing elections since Doge and USAID was since Doge was up and USAID was shut down. That's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting to see that there's no rap music in the top 40 now that USAID is shut down. And whether we can find evidence that connects them, it seems like it's very weird that Denmark has now switched right-wing. And like this also, South America countries. Okay. All right. So in South America, blue is right wing. Red is blue is right wing. Red is left wing. Okay. So this is after just since 2025 to now, and all of these other countries, Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, Argentina, I guess Paraguay's so everything now, the only countries that are left wing are Venezuela, Brazil, and these other little wackadoodles. So the theory here is now that USAID isn't paying people there to get the word out for the left wing voters and to push that they're going left wing. They're now going right wing. Blue is right wing when they're talking about South America. And then like Denmark switches right wing. Not arc switches. Okay, so Denmark landscape underwent a significant transformation following the March 2026 elections. The Prime Minister's Social Democrats regained the largest party and suffered historic losses. After intense negotiations, the center-left government was formed alongside the moderates. So they swapped for the first time in a freaking bunch of years. So I guess we'll see. We only hear about like freaking wackadoodle stuff they've been doing, but now that money's not going to influence other elections, and do we believe that our government was not fiddling in other countries in how politics were going in other countries, knowing now that USAID has now been cut off, that these countries switch back to right wing? It's very odd to see. Maybe it's just a worldwide change, but it seems to be going on in a lot of countries. The Democrats ruined all the answers. Yes, they destroyed college. I really don't like what they did with college and university. I really do not like how they opened up And it sounds wackadoo, but you can't let everybody in. Even I couldn't go to college until I passed an entrance exam. But they're forcing people through, and they're allowing people to take out too much money. There's no guardrails, and it's obvious that colleges and universities are making courses just to sell. Like when after that was opened up, University for All, I would have liked it if they just made it free and for all, but they raised the prices. They created more wackadoo stuff, more wackadoo, not commissary. What's the term for things you take in college are your curriculum? All these other curriculum to sell that's worthless for kids. And now you've got a bunch of kids with worthless degrees and huge debt. Choices are different on the other side. Red, long time no see. I can solve the violent crime. Only people I believe to see on these left. Dude, Trump is pardon the worst of the worst. Are you joking? Please, brother. I know. I know. I'm not tickling the dude's butt cheeks, dude. The problem is if the elections aren't secure, which we should all be agreeing with. If they're not secure, anybody, any gang or mob can get up enough money selling enough prostitutes or fentanyl or coke to get people into office to free their own gang. Like, yeah, I believe I don't know. I'm not saying he's the freaking man. I'm saying that I still disagree with the Democrats' ways for the future. I still see them as a party of destruction. I still see them as wanting to do less good because they get to choose what's good. I don't think we should be screwing with other countries. I don't think we should be giving Israel a bunch of money. I don't think we should be giving all these countries a bunch of money, especially if we're funneling it through a bunch of USAID and stuff like that, the wrong freaking way. And then again, there's no transparency, and that's why we got to where we're at. Why did it have to be so hidden for so long? Well, it's obvious, because they don't want us to know where they're spending the money, and that's Republicans and Democrats. But I agree with where we're headed. We have literally metaphorically what the prisoners in this place. Prisoners would have to spend more and make less money if a crime could be solved. Yeah, listen, I'm not the most bright guy that I know, but I think that just not letting criminals back out on the street, especially after like 12, 14 arrests. Trump a can of worms stated that they're a privilege. He would go instead of just saying he never went. Trump opened a can of worms if he had stated he had the privilege, as he wanted to say. What's up, Dr. Weiner? I agree both executions to be swifter in some cases. Have you been paying attention to the elections in deep red states? The GOP's a wash. It doesn't, brother, listen, I'm not just looking for the winner. I'm looking for a way forward. I don't want to argue about politics over and over and over again. I want to know where my money should go, where my family should be, and how things are going to go. I don't want all of this chaos. And I'll tell you another thing. Same thing. I do not like our government fiddling in other countries' affairs. And I tell you what, it is attractive. The whole America First thing is attractive. I do think we give away. I think, and I listen, it's how we got here. We gave away so much money and nobody has anything to show for it. And I'm talking about over the past 40 years. Buy a house of Ted Bundy for 10 to 20 years. Brazil. The hyperlink, Google has a habit of lying. Denmark has a little king. Yeah. They've got a king, but they had moderate left, and now they're on the right, and it's for the same thing, for mass immigration. There's right-wing conspiracies to gay power globally, and raps are declining for years. Right, but it's what's very interesting is how it just turned off. And I have no examples. Fred, Google's the Danish king. Google the Danish king from 1960. Frederick the Fourth. Frederick the Ninth. Frederick the Ninth. Good-looking guy. Florida's right wing. Why do they keep rapists alive? When you get hyped, you look like Rick Ocasek from the Cars. Rick Ocasek. Oh, bam. Much for looking at a beast. Trump stated he never had the privilege of going to Epstein Island. Yeah, listen, I don't believe none of that bullshit. Listen, I think what happened to a lot of us is we started listening to politicians like it was the truth. We should get a printout or a website that we can visit that just gives us a summary of what's going on rather than freaking listening to this. Because listen, people rage bait. People make money on the internet, and we have politicians that are making money on the internet starting wackadoo rage bait stuff. And it works, and it works really well. But I think it's very good to see, and this is odd because it's the Trump supporters. So to see people say, I was afraid to say I was a Trump supporter, is we got to a crazy place. Nobody should be afraid for who they're voting for. So now we've gotten to a place where you've got Canadians slapping 13-year-old Trump supporters and getting deported. You guys hear about that? Canadian girl slaps Trump supporter, gets deported. Oh, that's her husband right there. See if we can play this one. I freaking hate Facebook.
Straight, so every one of you understands that
anyone
you
know a
came
good
here
nicotine
from Canada,
patch brand?
You're living here in New Jersey. You're not
Kobe
a citizen
Pocahontas.
of the United States of America. You're visiting Point Pleasant. You
that's
see
not
a
him.
young adolescent American girl wearing clothing that supports
Trump
our
supporters make
president
me
of the
laugh.
United
They see
States
the
of
files so
America.
poorly
You had a
censored,
problem
right?
with it,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you slapped her in the face, and then you slapped her and you attacked her. 33-year-old woman out of Canada confronts a teenage girl with her friends over there in Point Pleasant, New Jersey.
Yeah, so anyway, that shit's crazy. Like this violence between our own people, it's gone too far. We've gotten, because they're all whack-a-doos. They're all wackadoos. They're all nuts. And we're trading family and friends over politics. And it's crazy. It's gone way too far. It's gone way too far because most people can't even tell you why. Most people, and the way people, I think it's actually I think it's actually not even a result of fake peace. I think you should be able to display your politics all willy-nilly, and are making a lot of money. I need to get out of it. Iran soon, so we can free the Cuban people soon. I think that's absolutely going to happen too, Michael. And this is something I find very interesting. When I realized I was supporting the Democrats all this time, and then Trump frees Venezuela in a night, and things seem to be going well there. I know we're stealing the oil, whatever, but the people, when you start talking to the people from Venezuela, they're very happy about this. They're very happy about this. And then knowing that Cuba was funding, Venezuela was funding Cuba, that now that's being cut off, and that can fix. So you have these countries, these socialist, communist-esque countries that are suppressing their people, and we're using them for votes. It pisses me off. We have such a powerful nation. We could stop most of the problems going on in the world, and I've been convinced that we are letting this shit happen because as long as there's problems, we can get money to fix it. But if we fix it, we stop getting the money. And the whole NGO thing really irks my nerves. Charlie, even if I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk, shooting him was the wrong. Why would anyone be? And listen. That's another thing. I really don't like seeing people celebrate the death of people. Listen. Do you understand? This is the internet, and people go absolutely wackadoodle. But like the dancing and singing over murder, because people think their lives are on the line if a Republican gets in office or if a Democrat gets in office. And it's not. Your gas might be more expensive. Your food might be more expensive. Shit might happen. I absolutely understand that. but be willing to kill people because you think that they're going to get into too many people's heads and get somebody elected, instead of putting yourself in a position to get elected yourself to change it. It drives me freaking mad. Fred, nicotine transdermal system from Dr. I. Stopped working with that, so I got for 40 years. I had radial nerve palsy. That helped me quit smoking because I freaking couldn't lift my hand to my mouth. And after about, I had to start on Suicide Squad 2 in 2 weeks. I got home from the bar. I passed out in a chair, and the arm of the chair was in my armpit. And I was so drunk that I didn't feel my arm get pins and needlesy because my arm fell asleep because I was pinching the nerve under my armpit. So I woke up and I couldn't, if I wanted to point at you, this is what happened. I couldn't lift up my hand this way. I couldn't do a thumbs up or raise my finger because the nerve that comes down your armpit and wraps around to the top of your hand over to your thumb and pointer finger, I killed it. Because I usually, when you sleep, if you pinch a nerve, press a nerve, you get pins and needles, then like that'll make you wake up, move. But I was hammered, so I didn't. So I woke up, I couldn't do that. And I had a pack of cigarettes I just bought on the way home from the bar. I smoked one. There's 19 left. And I had to get on a movie in 2 weeks. So I had to get my hand working. So I had this like TENS machine that I put on like my forearm and whatnot. And I would zap. And I was just so worried about working my arm, rebuilding that nerve, that myelin sheath. That next thing you know, it was like 2 years later. Somebody's like, "Can I get a cigarette?" I was like, "Yeah." I don't smoke anymore. I just completely forgot because my mind was so in on getting my. And then I came home and I cleaned off my desk, and there was that freaking pack of cigarettes. There was one cigarette missing out of it. I think the idea of America originally left alone 100% completely from any government-like deals. Yeah, and I tell you what, I also don't like people that don't have American, that aren't natural-born Americans having such power in America either. Because, listen, it's obvious that they're helping other countries more than they're helping us. I just want to concentrate on us for a couple of decades. I really think if we didn't worry about solving the world's problems, we would have more money and time to solve the world's problems. I read a good book, a good bit of that stuff. What I've concluded is America doesn't really exist anymore, liberty or death. Yeah. Didn't they use some sort of pulse microwave weapon in Cuba recently? So I saw I saw a little bit of info on that. Now, whether it was true or not or propaganda, I don't know, but it looked like it. They're probably hitting them with the blue beams like it did in Maui. 100% Democrat politicians, 70% Democrats celebrate Charlie. Yep. Yeah. And dude, like the whole, like, the new Iranese supreme leader is even worse than the old one. Yeah. Nah, it's blue. They don't burn. Blue tarps, shit untouched Maui. Yeah, that was pretty freaking cool. I get hammered. Oprah Winfrey, play lasers. What up, Hoots Fail? Richard, nobody in this world is perfect. It never will be. Let prevail over evil. Please people do what is good. No, I agree. Not just a couple of decades of shooting. No, right. I agree. Rick says boo-hoo. I agree. If I was president, if I could be president, what I would do, like say I became president today, I would say, okay, from July 16th, 2026 to July 16th, 2027, all the countries that are getting money from America, you're going to get what you were getting. But at 1 year from today, we're cutting it off for 1 whole year. So from 2027 to 2028, you're not getting any money. All that money that we would send out is, first of all, for this next year that we're sending the money out, we're going to audit every single dollar of it. And during that 2 year period, the year that we're sending it and then the year that we're not sending it, we're going to audit everything that was done and where everything went and see where everything actually needs to go. And we'll give everybody that year to say, okay, maybe we shouldn't steal any of this time, or we won't get any next year. So we have to take what we've got and make it through. Because we're really making a lot of freaking African leaders very, very wealthy. We're making a lot of people in China very, very wealthy. And a lot of our stuff is absolutely being misappropriated. And I honestly think that we need to turn around. We need to zip up the borders, and we need to help the people that are here. We need to help the people that are here that actually need to be here, actually stay here. And the people that are here that shouldn't be here, they need to go. If they're here for any other reason besides a better life, if they're actually have an absolute shithole time, if they're running away from crimes they committed in another country, they got to go back to jail and whatnot. And then we've got to fix the immigrants that are going to stay. We have to figure out what to do, but they've got to wait. We've got to get the homeless off the street. We need to build mass freaking detox centers. We need to get a lot of the drug addicts off the streets, and we need to get help. We need to freaking button that stuff up. I'd focus on self-efficiency. Yeah, I'm not giving them shit. Maybe somebody said left Asian restaurants. Give Jordan and Egypt a ton of money to demolish Israel. Though, yeah, right. We're paying Jordan, Egypt, and Israel so that they can fight each other. But people try to use the whole propaganda wackadoo saying, "Oh, it's Israel." No, it's all of them. They're making money off of war. They've got a reason. They're helping each other. They're spending money. So you have a company that makes military armaments. But you can't give them money to buy your stuff because that will be a zero. So you get the government to give them money to buy your shit. Now you've got a lot of money. Now they use that shit and they need to buy more, so they get that from the government. It's not wackadoodle. For 1 year. Yes, 1 year. 1 year. Thank you, brother. Yeah, great idea. I thought it was. Have you ever read the Vietnam stuff, cloud seeding? Yeah, there's stuff going on. Listen, there's a company right now. You can go to rainmaker.org or rainmaker.com. You could have cloud seeded at your house tomorrow. Look. Rainmaker.com. Right here. Look. Yeah, so make it rain, make it snow, make droughts end. And you can get cloud seeding. Yeah, right here. You get it right off the internet. And they're a company in California. And if you look at the 1973 Weather Modification Act, so they've been modifying the weather for so long that companies were getting it out. It was getting out of control. So in 1973, Congress had to say, you have to let Congress know if you're modifying the weather. That was in 1973. Even if they're just a better life, they're always on social programs. The government try to take better of the, veterans got to be taken care of first. The veterans got to be getting taken care of. Number one, listen, we have to be appreciative of the people that are willing to die for us. And that's gotten completely out of control. I'll tell you what about that. Just to classify, just Google 9 inches 1 day, highly efficient weather modification. "9 inches in 1 day, highly efficient. It's probably gonna bring up a porn. 9 inches. Let's say Operation Pop Up. 9 inches in 1 day. You said what now? Highly efficient weather modification. All right, let's see. Don't give me this illegals don't benefit from. Yes, I am tired of being lied to. I'm just so tired of it. It's 50-50 in Venezuela. In fact, that's the death of Trump. Wait, it's 50-50 in Venezuela. In fact, some are asking for the death of Trump. Where are you getting your info? Try internet TV, get more. Which one? Wait. What'd I miss? The Vietnam stuff is declassified too, but it's the same premise as Bush Sr.'s father, prosperous the banking unit. They were funding the Nazis at the same time. Right. 9 inches. Talk about Wi-Fi. The Bush family. Yeah, yes, right. Yeah, listen. I absolutely. And we got to get away from all that. And the problem is, as soon as I run for it, I'll freaking catch a bullet. Okay. There's no evidence of weather modifications of cloud seeding causes these clouds. The meteorologist reported 9 inches in a 24-hour Texas Hill. Overwhelming drainage system. Well, supposedly that flood in Texas, that really bad flood in Texas, was actually that they seeded for rain, and then they actually had an actual storm coming on top of it. It's the Office of the Historian, U.S. Department of State website. GAO.gov, cloud seeding. Yeah, it's just on the government website. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, you know what we do though? You know what we do? So we've got all this technology, right? Here's the problem. Here's what's going on in the world though, is the Middle East is running out of water. They use 90% of their potable water, their fresh water. They're down to 10%. So you're having a lot of areas, they grow a lot of wheat for export, but the water they use to grow that wheat, they ship out of the country. A lot of it they ship out of the country, right? So that water's not coming back. It's not like the people there eat it and then pee it back into the toilets that end up back into the ground, that end up back into, so it leaves, it doesn't come back. So they're down to 10% available water. They actually, it's getting so hot there that, and also the Persian Gulf, that is so salty now, 50 to 80 times saltier than the ocean, because the way that they do desalination, they pull water out, they desalinate it, they take that water away, then they pump the brine back into the Gulf. So it just raises and raises and raises. Now, when you pull out water, it's got more salt in it, so it takes more energy to get the same amount of water out. And then every time you pump it through, it gets hotter and higher and higher and higher. So they've got to burn more fossil fuels to get more energy, to get more water. Historystate.gov, history.state.gov, Operation Popeye. Project Popeye. Okay, let's see. The Bush family is something else. They were involved in everything, World War II to 9/11, 8.6 billion, says Leo, California, healthcare 25 billion. Yeah, and listen, and the bullshit, the absolute lying. Like, we know 1 million people that without social security numbers were on Medicaid. We know that. It's absolutely, right. Like it's just, and they're just absolute lies. I'm just so tired of it. What? Because they want to benefit from it. The people that set these programs up want their commissions and whatnot. But we could just help the people and pay less and just make these assholes less rich. So it's like, it could absolutely be done. But you have so many corrupt people on both sides of the aisle that need to be paid to get anything done, or they just sit on their hands. The agricultural system will die out quickly without water. Yeah, then they're screwed. All right, let me run through these chat real quick. The U.S. Department of Federal Debt is sort of $39.4 trillion. Dig up whoever had his hands that's made them stand trial. One child pilot seems like tyranny. Yeah. Well, listen, and love him or hate him, Trump got $19 billion invested in America for manufacturing. All right. So what do we do with that? The Democrats want to throw it all away. Why not use it? Just like the ballroom, they're talking about tearing it down, whoever gets in office next. This kind of shit drives me crazy. Classified military documents, Google might report of pop up. Yes, this is it. A lower population won't change corporate pollution. Think on stock market. Iran has unique agriculture. They're America and the Middle East. We have export exports. Yeah, right. It's easy as heck to fix the environment. Will be like $1 and $2 billion. Yeah, they know that. Okay, let's see. All right, operate Department of Defense. Let's just find a video on it. Let's see. Operation Popeye. All right, let's see. Let's find a video. Yeah, I agree with that too.
During a pivotal time in the Vietnam War, the United States used state-of-the-art technology in a secret attempt to change the weather. Operation Popeye is believed to be the first time in history that a government tried to manipulate the weather for a military advantage. 1954, the division of Vietnam.
Room in the USA.
North Vietnam believed in the unification of the country under communism.
Yeah. So if they want a one-child policy, but they want migrants because we're below replacement rate. It just pisses me off. Another thing that pisses me off about the Democrats' outlook is they're so short-sighted. Like, they don't have a 10-year plan. They don't even have a 2-year plan. When I ask about what the plan is with the environment and what's going on with agriculture and anything, they just say, we gotta fix what Trump broke. How, I say? Google it, Nazi. And that's the kind of shit I get. USAID gives politicians unlimited printing money. Right, yeah. And then it got funneled back to Republican and Democrat freaking campaigns. So he said, hey, I'll give you $100,000 to do a handstand for 5 seconds in Chicago. And then they said, okay, well, here's $50,000 to go in your to make sure you stay in office so you can do that again next week. The military says those documents consider weather modification. Weather modification is a highly successful weapon. Yeah, like I said, you can go to rainmaker.com and you can have it sprayed. You have silver halide or whatever, just sprayed over. Iran and Jordan covered 3 to 5 year old earthworks. 3 to 5,000 year old earthworks that weigh more than their neighbors. We've talked about this before. They flooded villages. The .gov military documents to their spare time. Yeah, I'll check into it. I always do. I'll probably stay up to like 6 a.m.
While the South, supported by the U.S., was mostly anti-communist. Several years after the divide, the North developed the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a secret network of roads, bunkers, and tunnels stretching over thousands.
Do you know cell phone technology was designed for the Vietnam War? And if weather modification, I wonder how much of it's true that when we come up with a technology that can be used on wartime, sometimes we start wars to prove the technology.
Thousands of miles to transport troops and supplies. This left South Vietnam and its allies at a disadvantage. American efforts to bomb the trail were unsuccessful. So in 1967, the United States...
I agree. Listen, I agree. And I think if you look, I'm going to blame it on exporting all of our freaking manufacturing. If you had companies here that you could go back to and say, this is freaking broken, then you'd have different things happening here. But everything's Chinese. Anything that breaks, you're not going to call the Chinese. You're going to call Amazon, and they're going to be like, sorry, it's past the freaking one year and 1 day. You know, and like, that's a problem. They know. And so they want that money. But if we had to pay a couple extra dollars to have it made out of some good shit and pay somebody, like, I believe we could do a lot better. But people are enriching themselves and they don't care about anybody. Weather modification, torture, plus they were taking all the opium. Yep. Private sector to fund the wartime technology. Yep. Play it loudspeakers in Vietnam crap. Yep, they did that too.
Secretly launched Operation Popeye, a daring attempt to prolong the monsoon season by making it rain more than usual.
I agree. Listen, I agree. We should have, but do you know how long they've been doing this? Do you know what, oh shit, I forgot what it was. The light bulb mafia, the cartel, what was it called? Phoebus cartel. That they set up, the light bulb companies worked with each other to not have bulbs that worked over 2,000 hours so that they could sell more bulbs. And then they would test each other's bulbs to say if more than you would be fined by the cartel, the Phoebus cartel. That's crazy. And this was back in like the early 1900s. And they were manipulating the market back then. You think anything's changed? They just got way better. Planned obsolescence is difficult to prove. Yeah, I mean, right, it is difficult to prove. But if you use a plastic part for a hinge or a joint in a metal product, you know, it's pretty easy to prove stuff like that, but it all depends. Private sector is heavily involved. Military ops, drones. Yep. Inherent obsolescence is bad. Drones over 90% private industry.
Yeah. 5 years, the U.S. Air Force flew more than 2,000 secret missions during the rainy seasons. Planes released silver iodide into the
clouds
knew
about that.
To increase the amount.
Sorry, this is almost over. We'll do Phoebus cartel right after this.
Of precipitation produced, a technique known as cloud seeding.
Yes, right.
The U.S. government hoped that increased rainfall would slow the North's movement and provide cover for U.S. military advances. But in 1972, journalist Seymour M. Hersh exposed Operation Popeye to the public. Within a few days, the United States stopped the operation. However, the public was still angered by the government's attempt to alter the weather. As a result of Operation Popeye, the U.S. joined other nations in signing the Environmental Modification Treaty in 1977, pledging never to use the weather as a weapon again. In the end, the true impact of Operation Popeye remains.
Do you know what's odd about that? How biblical that is? Like the rainbow was supposed to be God's promise to not use the water to destroy humanity again. And then you have the government say, here, we're going to promise not to use weather to destroy you again. Look at look at Gramps letting the internet brainwash him. The private industry attack for the Department of Defense is lucrative. Build the Death Star.
No, as no environmental data was ever collected. What can be learned from Operation Popeye about changing the natural environment for a military advantage?
All right, check this out. Phoebus Cartel. Phoebus Cartel. Phoebus Cartel. Yeah, let me send a video on it.
I've got a story to tell you.
Yeah, why we can't have nice things. $1920s. Is that the wrong freaking thing? Son of a gun. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. All right, we'll just watch it here.
The Phoebus Cartel, the light bulb conspiracy.
That's the problem. It's not actually supplying demand. It's makeup number blow it up. Yeah. 30,000 years.
Imagine buying a light bulb that could last 2,500 hours, 5,000 hours, or even 100,000 hours.
Brother, the internet.
In fact, one famous bulb at the Centennial Light has been glowing since 1901. So why do most light bulbs burn out much sooner?
Right.
That question leads us to one of the most famous business stories of the 20th century, the Phoebus Cartel, the setup, a booming industry. By the 1920s, electric lighting had become a huge global business. Major manufacturers included General Electric Osram. Philips Compagnie des Lampes competition was intense. Companies were constantly trying to make bulbs brighter, cheaper, more reliable, longer.
The skies make fake clouds.
Lasting.
No, right.
Ironically, longer-lasting bulbs created
silver.
a business problem. If bulbs rarely failed, customers bought fewer replacements. Enter the Phoebus Cartel. In 1924, leading bulb manufacturers formed an international organization called the Phoebus Cartel. The name came from
there's
Phoebus,
no internet.
The Greek epithet of Apollo.
There's barely telephone, but they have a worldwide conglomerate.
Meaning the Bright One, a fitting name for a lighting consortium. The controversial decision historical records show the cartel standardized bulb life at approximately 1,000 hours.
Okay, 1,000. Sorry, I was
Member companies were tested
1,000.
to ensure bulbs did not significantly exceed that target. Manufacturers whose bulbs lasted too long could face penalties. The official justification was consistent brightness, standardized performance. Manufacturing efficiency. Critics argued something very different. The companies were deliberately reducing product lifespan to increase sales. Birth of planned obsolescence.
Also, these companies just exist.
The Phoebus Cartel
like Rainmaker,
became one of the most famous examples of
Apple
a concept later called
10 years.
planned obsolescence. The
idea,
idea, design products to wear out, become outdated, or require replacement sooner than technically necessary.
I do not buy Apple products. Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. Nope.
Whether every accusation was fair remains debated among historians. Bulb longevity often involves trade-offs with efficiency and brightness. However,
so the cloud seeding, you have a very small piece of metal that causes, it's like a nucleation site. The water vapor go build up on it. So when it hits the ground, that little vaporized piece of metal will typically stay on the ground or be filtered out through the earth as it soaks through. So, but what's all that freaking metal doing to the rest of it? What up, Aaron? You can't believe everything you see on the internet. Yeah, I know that. I know that.
The cartel undeniably coordinated lifespan targets across much of the industry. Why it still matters today. Nearly every modern discussion about smartphone upgrades, printer cartridges, batteries. Consumer electronics eventually references the Phoebus cartel. It has become a symbol of a broader question. Should companies build products that last as long as possible, or should they optimize for ongoing sales and innovation? The great irony. The cartel was named after Phoebus, the bright one.
The bright
Yet
one.
its lasting legacy isn't illumination. It's the debate over whether businesses should intentionally limit the lifespan of the things they sell. A century later, the phrase Phoebus cartel remains shorthand for one of capitalism's most controversial ideas, making products fail by design.
There you go. That's actually true stuff, though, Aaron. I brought it up before I pulled the video up. The Phoebus cartel is definitely a well-known economics topic about planned obsolescence. And the theories go between, like, if the company can make more money, it can make better light bulbs. But it makes more money by selling more light bulbs because the light bulbs don't last as long. And it does so much good for the freaking stockholders, shareholders. Okay, let's see. I got like 150 tabs open here. Oops. Bam. How you doing now, Aaron? Okay. All right, let's see what good we got going on here. The spraying out, whether it works there or not. This military document showed it works there. In Vietnam, it's making roads and money's enemies can't cross them. Right? Yeah. And then they also did like Agent Orange and stuff to defoliant to take the leaves and stuff off the trees. I think Americans can take a page from Japan. It's a book out there. Wonder if focus on why their culture today, not during the 40s. So to 2026. Government website, declassified military documents could be lying though. Right. You can't trust anything. You can't trust anything. And look, like even all this stuff Trump released today, that could all be AI freaking made wackadoo. You got no idea. This is why I want people to stop arguing about shit that like that we hear on the news. You know, it's like, I do understand about the Dominion machines. I understand that because they were Venezuelan made and programmed. And so like they had access to say, oh, was the machine broken? Let me remote into it. So obviously, if that's possible, then you can hit the freaking data. So that makes sense, at least. It's not just wackadoo shit. Same reason everything's going to subscription for land of cars. Yeah. What did I say? Agent Orange, yeah. Did I say? What did I say? The root cause, the root issue, cause and solutions, all that matter. Right? We could be so. The inefficiency is on purpose. You can make more money. Like, look what they're doing in California with that train. We've been building trains for 100 years. We know how to make trains, more than 100 years. So why is it so difficult? They're making it less efficient so they can make more money themselves, enrich themselves off it. Lamau, if women are so emotionally intelligent, doesn't that also mean they're better manipulators? Yes. And it's well known. It's well known. A lot of feminism was used by very powerful men to get women in positions of power that were controlled by the very powerful men. The mob used to do that, probably still do. They would send a woman like a honeypot to go date one of the powerful mobsters and then get all the information from the inside out and set the dude up to fail and whatnot. That's what that's all based off of. Japan doesn't lock their vending machines in their cages. 7-Elevens are immaculate. Their subways are clean. California locks up. Yeah, right. Yeah. Very true. Very true. Yep. 135 billion. Just started reading conclusions and recommendations for the social studies from 1934. It's starting to make sense. Just spraying crap for no reason is a real possibility, even lying about it. Right. So listen, if you have a government contract to spray crap, You can buy the crap. You can start the company that supplies the crap. The government is buying that crap. It's getting sprayed. And then now you need to buy more crap. So you've got an endless money loop. Look, if we spray this in the air, we'll turn everybody gay, make the frogs gay. And then buy more shit, spray more shit. And basically, it's just a fuel additive. And the way that those planes work, those engines work, that'll be fine if you add a little bit of wackadoo to spray through there. Like water sprays through, and birds come in, doesn't disrupt it that much. Yeah, it's just money over money. The crappy light bulbs are basically early subscription to electric light. That's right. Black Widow. They told voters 33 billion. The train will go from San Diego to Sacramento. Yep. They also said what 2008 a 10-year plan to end homelessness, and it's just got worse. The world is pretty janky, and I'm just limping along. So, yeah. The older you get, the more you realize. Yeah. It's weird how vegans support abortion. Vegans are worse than Texans, and I mean that. Feeds the pharmaceutical industry. Social engineering people need exploited their minds for benefit of a few. Yeah, and if you can come up with an idea and you can get it to somebody that's got access to the purse strings, you can get. And that's what a lot of people are doing. They don't care who they hurt. They just want to get rich. They don't care who they hurt. So the problem isn't capitalism. The problem is evil. The problem is people willing to hurt other people to get what they want. John Fetterman announces party switch? No way. Measure HHH. Look up measure HHH. Look up 830,000 one bed. Oh, jeez. $830,000 one bedroom apartments, California. Measure HHH. Proposition HHH. Jesus Chrysler. The one bedroom apartments figure out Proposition HHH, a $1.2 billion bond measure passed by Los Angeles voters in 2016 designed to build permanent supportive housing for homelessness. Oh yeah, and also this is something really interesting. You hear about the California Los Angeles vote that they're saying got stolen. Do you know in that vote the Los Angelinos voted to raise their own taxes? They raised sales tax and another tax while voting for Karen Bass, or what's her name? They voted to raise their own taxes. Vegans don't eat unfertilized chicken eggs because the animal that housed unfertilized human egg, not a human. Dun, 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 dun. When will y'all pay for reparations? Yeah, listen, this is what they'll do. And I've said this before. They'll set up NGOs to take the money, to get the couple $1 billion or whatever it is, $100 billion from the government to find the old slaves and distribute it. And it'll all get stolen. And you guys will get like $6 a piece. You should study the Maytag story. Now that's interesting. Maytag did the same thing. Texans are dope. A lot of misled people. 10,000 units. $837,000 per unit. It's a money grab. It's so obvious. What does Triple H have to do with barbers? He's in there. He's in there making it happen. But that's what it is. It's called Proposition HHH. No LA fire this year. Love them videos. Fetterman has not left the Democrat Party. Let's see what it was. Oh, it's Benny Johnson. No more slavery. Yeah, and there's more slavery than ever. And they're just hiding it. They're just saying, look, the Republicans are so bad because they started slavery. Oh, wait, that was the Democrats. Oh, but the party switched. Okay, then why are they doing the same thing that the party did back then? Why are they trying to count the slaves? It pisses me off so much. It's not moderns, though. It's really a modern. It has 5 Democrats arrested on LA City Council. Jose Holder took bribes. China pleaded guilty. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of arrests probably tonight. But from whatever Trump said, I mean, if they found a bunch of people colluding with China, I would guess they're probably going to wake up in jail. I didn't really go there. They created corporate persons throughout that. Vegans are vegan to feel superior to everybody. Agreed. Let's see what it says.
Breaking news here. I have a live shot of the annual DNC convention. It's happening live right now. Really exciting
They let
stuff.
gay people get married. They didn't have to.
Nice little
no, right.
march going on. Never saw I see so many feminists wearing headscarves. What I like the most about this is the diversity. Really special. This is the brand new Democrat Party. Homegrown.
Got me. Canada's worst thing is 30.5 million.
No, when I think of
sure,
Michigan,
Magic Man.
This is what I think of. When you think of the future of the Democrat Party, you're looking at it. Again, I just gotta love the diversity here. The point that obviously everybody understands is that Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, the Palestinian movement, the whole Gaza movement, Zorhan Mandami, a slate of new Islamists that have been elected to Congress from Democrats. The Democrat Party has done a full fusion with jihadism and communism. And the communists think that they're using the jihadis to gain power, but the jihadis know that they're just using communist, idiot,
who the hell is
left-wing
DNC
white communists in order to usher in.
Yeah, listen, it's an absolute shit show. And we knew this was going to happen even when, as a Democrat, when they started deciding to take hundreds of little groups of people to put them all under one tent. So then anybody that could get into America enough numbers to say we are now a minority in America, they just got shuffled under the Democrat tent. But they want different things, and they're destroying it from the inside out. We'll see what happens, but that's what I'm seeing from inside here. Never works. They should have studied gay marriage stats a little. See if 75% of them got divorced in the disaster, too. I'd say public works during depression is the only one I can think of. Yeah, must be New York or
into America, and that's what they're going to do, obviously. And you've already seen it happen. You've seen
Wiener.
Jewish members,
Crusades
very
2.0
famous left wing as you can get, like Scott Wiener here. Scott Wiener here is Jewish. He's the single most radical left-wing politician in America. And he was viciously attacked.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be killed by his own party
for being a Jew in San Francisco at a transgender march. It's actually
aligning with hippies, and I think your policy, on the genocide.
Listen to how mad this person gets while he's talking to Scott Wiener. He just starts getting so mad. And then he gets so mad. And then he gets so...
It goes on like this.
Policy on the genocide in Gaza, it's terrible. I think you do not good legislation.
It goes on like
you do this to San Francisco.
This is San Francisco. This is a left-winger in
Scott Wiener passed or put in a law to allow people over 18, make it legal for them to have sex with people under 18 as long as it wasn't over like 10-year gap. So like making it legal or not illegal to have sex with minors. So that's why the person at this Pride March was saying, we appreciate what you've done for us, but you're not doing enough because you're still giving money to the Israelis or you're not helping Gaza enough. And it's like, this is the stuff that's destroying the party. You gave them diddling with kids and it wasn't enough.
San Francisco.
Hillary admitted that Trump was
doing
doing
the
right
right
thing.
thing because
yeah, we watched that video earlier. Yeah, Trey, we watched it earlier. The Republicans are the dumb party. The Democrats are the dangerous party. Dennis Prager. He's like, yeah, SB 145. Yep. Yeah, right. Yeah, and a Democrat, and the Democrats voted along with him to allow people to have sex with minors. This is crazy shit. So it seems like I'm being gaslit when people constantly talk about the Republicans being pedophiles and talking, and they aim to the Epstein files, which doesn't say anything about the Republicans being pedophiles. But then you have shit like this, where you actually have pedophilia, and where you actually have the pedophilia going on, like the guy that got released in Minnesota. It's in the Talmud, wood chipper. Yeah, wood chipper. Walking out of class, it's soft in Republic. Come on, Wiener, you're supposed to help the pedos. Yeah. Last February, university hands off the story badly about climate change. Leadership badly. Yes, they were wrong. They did their math wrong. And all the publications that were using the studies where the math was done wrong has cost us billions of dollars and probably a bunch of lives. I think it's why anyone that has spherical brain chemistry can have some more so emotionally. Yeah. Remember when that bill came out? I was like way younger. Yes, it's like it's insane.
Jewish. And the same thing happened actually in New York with a guy named Dan Goldman. They think their like hatred of Trump will save them. No, it won't. This is the guy that brought the Trump impeachment. And it didn't save him. Dan Goldman is complaining about anti-Semitism on the right in this hilarious interview. He just lost in a 20-point blowout to an Islamist.
Yeah.
Why?
Have you seen the emails?
Because he's Jewish. He was run out of coffee shops while he was campaigning.
Brother, I spent like a week going through those things. But I ended up getting lost. There was so much shit to go through, and then like all like the wackadoo naming conventions and stuff like that. Groom Lake has the answer. Yeah, absolutely. I know what you meant. Yeah. People aren't that smart. They think politics is real. Climate shit's backwards. Right. Well, the thing is, we've got data from like the 1800s that show that the climate does this like every 100 or so years. It gets hot like this. So what they did is they said, how can we profit the most off of this? Well, let's tell people that it's us causing the problem. So when the natural cycle happens, it's blamed on us. So they say, you did it. You killed grandma. So go get a shot. You're going to kill your grandkids by what you did to the weather. So give us your money. Accept this tax hike. Jew or not Jew websites, hilarious. Half of them are cartoons. Brother, I don't think so, but I also do think it's possible. 2022, California passed SB 357, which removed the old law that allowed police to arrest people in jail for loitering with the intent to commit prostitution. Yeah, it's helping the mob and the cartels. It's helping them. It's also the ability to let them do drugs on the street, sell drugs, buy drugs, and get tools to use drugs for free. It's all that money is helping the cartels and the mafia. Climate change isn't an issue now because we had these data centers. That's right. All of a sudden it goes away. Now it's not an issue. Now we need to look for how to fix poverty. Back when they first released that, how you doing, 501, brother? They opened the first video. That's a good riddance. And they got too much ass. That's good. Me too, brother. I took a lot.
So the left, which by the way gets 80% of the Jewish vote in America,
yeah, they're done. They're so done.
Like truly full. Like you can't be a Jewish person in our party. And that's where they are right now. And so this is a bit of a problem, and is going to lead to quite an interesting fracture. And it's already starting. Fetterman says that he's going to leave the Democrat Party. He says he'll leave the Democrat Party if they go full anti-Israel. He's just going to leave. So. John Fetterman, and I'm gonna set aside, my thoughts on this. Like I don't have any other country other than America. I don't like Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Iran. I don't like any of them. I don't want to go there. I don't want to own houses there.
Yeah, I think it's all business deals. I think it's all, it obviously is all business deals. It's like, hey, you guys are gonna kill each other. Wait a second. Let me get you guys some weapons. Okay, hey, send a bunch of weapons to the Ukraine. Hey, Jim, send a bunch of weapons to Russia. Investing in silver, investing in data center. I'm investing in silver. Absolutely. Yeah. So if you look up what's going on with the new silver batteries, They call them carbon batteries, but they're actually carbon silver batteries. So I think the reason that they're marketing them as carbon batteries is so people don't go out and buy a bunch of silver, because they see that next year, 2027, carbon silver batteries go in full production, and they use a lot of silver. So you'll see silver drop, and then these companies will start up. Samsung, by the way, will start ramping up production, and so they're gonna need to buy a hell of a lot of silver, shit ton of the silver is the actual weight, and so that they can build those batteries. And supposedly the same size batteries that's currently in a car like a Tesla now, it will double the mileage. It won't be explosive, though it won't burn like lithium. And it charges in 6 minutes, not freaking an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So 6 minutes, so the same amount of time typically you'd take to fill up your car with gasoline, and you'll get more than gasoline mileage. So it'll make cars way more worth it, but the price will be more expensive because they got a lot of silver in it. I ran into Tony, if he does not get my money, if he not my money on Friday, he's gonna take my Nintendo away. Forget about it. How many Chinese bots have I blocked? Thousands. What's up, mate? Infidel, brother. Elon said the data centers can be placed in space, solves heat problem and water use. Yeah, so there's an interesting saying. You hear people that don't know anything about science saying, well, they can't put them in outer space. There's no air to it, but the heat. Yes, right. They convert it into UV or infrared, and use infrared to just same way the sun heat gets to us. It's like I feel like these people are doing it on purpose. I think they want to tell people like it's not going to work, so people don't invest in it, so that the people that tell us that can invest in it and get more stock. Yeah, it's crazy. They just tell us this shit's not going to work when we know how to do it. We know the physics. We know how it works. I keep seeing a bunch of stuff about flock of data centers. Yep. Costco is one of the best places to buy silver and gold. Yeah. Your take on daylight savings time. Congress wants to pass forever daylight savings time, not to set it back, just to keep going forward 1 hour. That's what it is, right? New daylight savings time law. Not due. The federal new, not due. Let's say House of Representatives passed the Sunshine Protection Act to permanently end twice clock changes in the daylight savings time. Bipartisan bill waits to Senate. Okay, if enacted, clocks will no longer fall back 1 hour in November. State they observed that the current 8-month daylight pay will stay on permanently, although individual states will have opted out. Yeah, they're doing this on purpose. Why? Like, why wouldn't it just be the whole world? You know, and there's like areas like inside of like Arkansas that don't, like, most of Arkansas does do daylight saving time, but there's like an area, I think it's a Indian reservation, that doesn't. And it's like, oh, wackadoo. I think climate change is real. Nothing you can do about it because there's 8 billion people on the planet that want adequate food. So, and right, but the thing is, it might not be bad, is the thing. It might not be the end of the world, especially if it cycles back down. You know, like if the same peak happened 100 or 200 years ago, and it's like a 200 yearly cycle, no one is alive to remember that. So if somebody has that data, has old almanacs from back then that show that this happens, then they can say it's your fault. Now you must pay for it. And then they can say, donate now to Save the Planet Foundation so we can protest so we don't have to have real jobs. Can you make a video, Tortoro, on how companies invest in silver? Yeah, we can go over something. Yeah, if we only had flock cameras, when the news anchors go, right. Investing in carbon is a good idea. I bet you can make more money making pure carbon from a field of corn, selling it as a fuel. Might be something to look into. I see a flock pointed up full of some fishy price. Cutting that shit down. Earthquake will happen again in Japan, Indonesia, USA, South America. Please, flowering hours for emission theory. Tell us in global research. We can do some global research. Ever seen a calendar for October 1582? Yeah, it's a complete lie. Everything is a lie to take our money. And the thing is, you've got, remember, America's 250 years old, but there's countries that are 3,000 years old that have data and stuff of the cycles. So if they've got that information, and you've got politicians in America talking to politicians in like India, that have this data on how the cycles of the weather goes, they're just not going to tell us. And they're going to say, how can we make a bunch of money off of this? Let's set up some companies. Let's take your money from India, set up some companies, get some people elected in America, make this go, buy a bunch of bot accounts, pay a bunch of influencers to say this, that, scare everybody, pay a bunch of news anchors to say this bullshit. And then say, if you want to help now, donate to 1-800-climate change. Give what you can, save the planet. You've destroyed it with your gasoline car. It's all emotional manipulation. What up, Crime Fish? Love you, brother. I hate my people. White Negro. Core samples can't tell the past temperatures. So we have core samples. We also have tree rings that show the tree rings are wider or smaller depending on the temperature. And so you can get like trees that are freaking huge. And you know, yeah, let's cut it too. You can see how things have cycled too. Those countries were colonized and remade, so who knows? Yeah, except the elites didn't get remade, right? Just like how Africa got remade, right? Except for the elites that haven't changed. The elites that were there in the beginning are the elites that are still there now, right? It's all the people that suffered. 1582, they realized they'd been screwing up the calendars for 1,500 years, so they just took out 11 days from October. You can still see it on the calendar. In 1582, October 1582. There you go. It goes from the 4th to the 15th. So the day is complete. It's nonsense. Make up shit. So, geez, get your global warming right here. 50% off. What up, Mr. Palan? Will you help victims of Venezuela? Avayaz, 6,000 died better. Oh, yeah. Help save Somaliland. Scientists already saved global people. October 8th. Yet October is the 10th month. It's famous for its that's the transition from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar. In Catholic countries like Spain, Portugal, Poland, and Italy, Thursday, October 4th was immediately followed by from Thursday to Friday still. The days from 15th to the 14th simply never existed in civil records. Change the climate. The climate's going to change when God returns for sure. White light's going to burn everything up. Yep, I agree. Most things get conquered. Depends on they played ball with the conquering parties. Right. And listen, also, like the things about Africa. Africa was always at war. So you had the slavers and the enslaved. Whoever lost became slaves. And they're still doing that. So when the colonists came in, the people that were being attacked were happy. They wrote songs, thank the white man, great, thank you for keeping us from being killed. And the people that were doing well were pissed because they were the ones that were in power. So it was a 50-50 thing. The fake news media panic reports for the fake news media panic reporters say, oh yeah, that's freaking obvious. Time is not correct. From Rome. I wonder when wretched little Greta's next. Bro, did you see her? Did you see her sister? Did you see her sister? She's like a thought. Greta Thunberg's sister. Let me see if I can find it. Look at her. Look at her. Look. What? How did it? So this is why Greta is the way she is. She wants attention like her sister gets. So she says, "How can I get attention? Oh, Gaza." You think all the playboys are ruling essentially the same throughout the world? You think all the playboys for ruling are essentially the same throughout the world? The playboys? Playbooks. I'm looking at this girl's boobs and thought you said playboys. That's crazy. Yes. I think they're the same. I think it's been the same. I think it's all a loop. It's just the same cycles, and they know what the future is because information. This is why we have CIAs and stuff to know the information. This is why Africa isn't advanced. They don't study their own nature. They don't study. They don't have. The Africans didn't have people that left Africa to study what their neighbors were doing and then get technology from their neighbors. Any established nation, first world nation, studies what their competitors are doing. Africa's never done that. And that's why they're there where they're at. They don't know that water is H2O. They've never said, what else can we do besides bathe ourselves and drink this stuff and cook with it? That's it. That's all water is used for. The sun's just for heat. They didn't know that they could make power out of it and whatnot. And they don't ever study. They didn't study anything. And they didn't have a written language until colonialism. So they didn't document it. If somebody did figure it out, when they died, it was just gone. And that's the calendar. We still go off this today. Yep. Apple on your Apple phone. Declassified documents show Trump's right about the fake news. I mean, I knew the news was fake for a long time. It was obvious. It was obvious because if the news was actually the truth, then you wouldn't have two news stations saying two different things about the same topic. Because one of them would have to be false. Or both of them are false. People need to realize Rome never actually fell. It was just absorbed by the Catholic Church, Vatican City. What's left of Rome today? Vatican's fully owned and controlled by the church. I believe it. All continents are in constant war. Yes, and it's always have been. Just because the people in charge won and our warriors won, we get periods of peace. But then it comes up again. It happens again. Somebody's going to want what you have. Do you recall the Big Bang? Because their leaders are zombies in Africa. That's why we fight together. I agree. Either kill or sell your enemy. Yeah, right. That's typically what's always been done. And look, there's still. Do you know Arab nations still have slaves? The East or Western Empire. Never mind, related. Yeah. What do you think they did in Rome? Just all died? No, they all went somewhere. Sub-Saharan Africans never left their land to conquer anywhere else. No, they didn't even measure the length of the Nile or the Congo River. They didn't know how long it was. They never had a boat bigger than a dinghy. Your dinghy. A lot of puppetry. All right, Church of the Vatican City's also armory as well. I just find it fascinating. You can scroll back to your iPhone calendar, 1582, a bunch of missing days. How can they leave? They are surrounded by water, cannot swim. They've never built a seaworthy ship, but obviously other nations did because they don't have an information department. They don't have libraries they don't have libraries. Even when they were colonized, the colonists didn't burn down their libraries. There weren't any, right? So it's like even the way that they lived as a people, gathering information from nature wasn't something they did as a people. Ancient Chinese travelers on boats have more written history about what Africans did. Right. If you want to write, and they always use this, they say they lie about us in their history books. Then write your own history book. But in order for them to study their own history, they have to leave Africa and go to like India or France to study the African history because they don't have their own. So they can be lied to so easily. Imagine. You've got a continent of people that don't know anything about their history except for oral tradition. You can just have the CIA come in and sing them a different song. And then in 20 years, that's the new truth. Probably less than that. They had seaworthy ships, but only coastal. Yes. They didn't have seaworthy ships. They had dinghies. They had what they would carve out like canoes. The news has never been concerned with the truth besides concealing. I agree. Squirt gun. The Egyptians built ships. Yeah. I don't think it's because they're black. I think it's because that's their culture. That it's absolutely their culture. I don't think it's a freaking race thing. I mean, maybe it is, but you're not allowed to study it either because it's racist. But the thing is, imagine if it was parasitic. Imagine if like they found out that there's a group of people living in this area in the sun, and there's a parasite, because they did the same thing in America. The Southerners in America were called dim-witted. Being a dimwit was actually a term for the people of the Southern Americans, and they found out that people in South America, southern states of America, weren't digging their latrines deep enough, so poop worms could like go into their feet and whatnot. And then they found out that lowered their IQ a bunch. So then when the Northerners said, you got to start digging your poop pits deeper, IQ started to come up. Here, I'll show you. Anyone knows Carolina Levin is back? Interesting. At the press, no fanfare at all. Yeah, I saw something like somebody posted a tweet of her saying she'll be back today. They did not have black people there too. They did have black people there. Yeah. Sub-Saharan Africans have no history. They claim that Egypt, the creators of Egypt. Yeah, that's my theory on Egypt is so great. Like an old America, it's obviously there. Egyptians built boats, not ships. Did you see the DNA test? The pharaohs were white. Uh-oh. The large environment did not need complex technology, clothing, and tropical survivance, building spirits. Yeah, you didn't need it because they never had a winter. Without winter, you don't have to see the future. When there's a winter and you'll die if you don't prepare for it, you don't have, like none of the African languages have a word or a term for maintenance. So they never had to prepare for winter. And also, Africans are known for not being good at conflict resolution. They have bad conflict resolution skills. Well, why? Well, the theory is there's not a winter. So if you get into an argument with like your family, you can just leave. And there'll always be fruit on the trees. There's an animal you can kill. You can sleep under a tree. You can get out of the shit. But you don't have to come back and be like, I apologize. It's almost winter and I don't want to freeze to death. And we need to work together to share food that we can't get over winter. It's pretty interesting. You can see the painting of all the people. They still have tribes that throw spears and chase lions. Yeah. And I wonder how many of those are bullshit. I don't know. I'm so freaking wackadude. It's like, imagine you get a YouTuber that goes out there and pays freaking $5,000 and says, hey, I want you to act like wackadoos. You know, to get a couple million views. But I mean, you know, Africa does have Elon. Yeah, right. Elon's from Africa. They have white Cleopatra. Egyptians obviously say it's obviously exceptional is all I'm saying. Egyptians, yeah. You think the same group of conquerors rules, takes the money and burns society down and moves on. So it looks like no. It looks like they come in, they set up corporations to expand their own colonies, and then they get kicked out eventually. But who knows? We could be freaking lied to about everything. Resilient to propaganda. Right. It's that's definitely true. Ancient pharaohs, pillaged mayors, Roman Egypt. There was way soon before Cleopatra was not African. Sounds racist. Not actually. I mean, you can call it racist. That's a problem. Okay, so dim-witted. I keep looking at her. So that's Greta Thunberg's sister. Oh damn, I'm way freaking far behind. Sorry, let me jump forward a little bit. Nobody said she was black, Papa. Winter forced people to invent. Right. That's the theory. Right. Winter forced that. If you didn't, you died. I'm a firm believer of civilization, Atlantis kingdom that would get wiped out by a cataclysm 16,000 years possible. In 7 years famine, it's got to do something for prayer. Yeah. Africa is huge. What up, Tony? I'm back home feeling very tired. Man, Tony, you've been going through it. Did you ask about magnesium or potassium? Or about that GLP-1, dude, that's a side effect of the GLP-1 because you don't get enough electrolytes. I tried to look it up for you yesterday, but I don't know if you'd already left before then. They have studied every pharaoh, found sub-Saharan DNA in every single one. Richard comes back from a long line of slave borrowers. His ancestors would have to borrow Leroy and help with the guard. Yes, but all pharaohs found and contested are all white. Elon practiced Malti as a child. Carthage and Morocco were dope, though. Yeah, Carthage, Mali. Ethiopia takes kids were tested. The black people and the hieroglyphs only workers. You never see one as a pharaoh. King Tut. Really, that's her sister. Yes, yes. This is a perfect example of why Greta Thunberg's the way she is. Imagine having a thought sister that gets a lot of attention from everybody, and you're autistically a wackadoo, and you want all the attention like that too. And you start saying, "This is horrible. I can't believe they're treating the planet like this. It's horrible." We know, brother. Scientists have used DNA on pharaohs, transfer heritage, disease, genetic studies, including King Tutankhamun, North Complex, Africa, West Africa, easily device focus. Source, please. Black Africa does not mean black. That's retarded to take a pharaohs weren't white. The guy who went to the Sentinel Islands that got killed from my town in Vancouver, Washington. He thought he could bring Christianity. He's like 22. Jeez. Quartzite marble. All right, let's look this up real quick. Hold on. Okay, let me finish up. Tyler, you can Google it. Check out that King Tut. There are others British. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Okay, this is a parasite on why Southern Americans were dim-witted It was because of a parasite, because they didn't dig their poop pits deep enough. Well, you know what they don't have in Africa? They don't have poop pits. So they're pooping on the ground, and they barely had until they were taught. And just same thing with Americans, until they were taught. Bucket was Jesus white? Jesus wasn't white. Jesus was brown. What society's changed from what society changed in investments came from Africa? None. Yeah, cheap labor, right? Telling you Bible stories, the Great Flood is real. Yeah, no, I agree, bro. Listen, I didn't. When I was an atheist, I didn't believe none of that shit. And then you keep looking past the bullshit, and then you're like, oh, you start looking at things like the Grand Canyon. You start looking at the evidence. You start looking at when they found actual flesh and blood cells on dinosaurs. You're like, okay, maybe they're not 26 million years old. I shot him with the arrows. Fisherman David is buying his body the next day. Yeah, they got him. They got him good. All right, here, look. Why Southern Americans were called dim-witted. Okay. Okay, here it is. Yeah, hookworm epidemic. In the early 20th century, a massive hookworm epidemic infection swept through the rural American South. These parasites feed on blood and sap the host's vitality. They cause severe anemia, stunted physical growth, and lethargy. The biological affliction earned the nicknames lazy germ outsiders. So they called it a germ, even though it was a parasite. And we don't talk about parasites now. Like nowadays, we are, like the past couple of weeks, because of this new parasite. But like even STDs that are parasites, we don't call them that. So I think there's a big group of people in the pharmaceutical industry that keep that word on the down low, and you can get, like, think about all the STDs that are parasitic, like hair, what are those things called, lice, like yes, you have crabs, but there's also more other skin-based parasites and a lot of STDs. Like we can get into that later, but yeah. So I want to say it was one of the Rothschilds is the one that said he did a study. He said, why are they like this? And because they were white and he was white, nobody said it was racist. But if you want to find out why an area of people hasn't moved up as quickly enough, you figure we would. But whenever things like DNA tests and stuff were being done, they were told to stop because it was racist. All kinds of colors. Purple pharaohs. Purple pharaohs. Purple pharaohs. Purple pharaohs. There you go. There's a purple pharaoh. Modern day Egyptians have more subsequent DNA than African pharaohs did. It's objective fact. And no pharaohs depicted black skin, tan, maybe not black. Maybe they're sunburnt, brother. A lot of wars in Eurasia floods. Jesus would have been white, half Afghanistan tribes, Africa too. Modern day Egyptians look nothing like Africans. Modern day medicine, processed food, fast foods, all the downfalls and destructions. North Americans, less than 50 years of science. Third world countries without these elemental laws. I agree. 100%, brother. 100%. And I was on a mission to try to teach people that we're thinking about our diet the wrong way. We teach that a balanced diet is proper amounts of fats, fibers, sugars, blah, 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 sodium. Instead of, do you have are you in any form of vitamin or mineral deficiency? So we talk about these other wackadoos, but we don't talk about vitamin or mineral deficiency. And one of the things that like B vitamin or vitamin D3 deficiency can cause is psychological issues. Vitamin B12 deficiency can cause psychosis. So imagine just being a little insufficient. And just being like depressed all the time. And it's a great way if you have a bunch of people that aren't eating enough red meat or don't have intrinsic factor to absorb B12 from your diet, then you're depressed all the time. You're anxious all the time. And that's a great way to put ADHD symptoms and B12 deficiency symptoms share. They're the same. They mimic each other. So unless you're actually tested for a vitamin deficiency, they're just going to give you pharmaceuticals and say, you got ADHD, enjoy the buzz. Modern day Egyptians look like old Italians. How to avoid an STD? You won't need to worry about that, buddy. Sorry, I just play with you. Wear a condom and stay away from girls that look like this. I was born in Alabama. Now I know why I'm dumb. You guys know Arab is an ethnicity, right? Yeah. I know that. Yeah. That's why they're mixed. Greeks rolled the Egyptian claims. Right? Hispanic is white too. Oh, geez, I'm way. Jeez, you guys are typing a lot. I'm way far back here. Kind of Caucasian. Just eat horse paste. I'm good. I got horse paste too, brother. Well, I got the freaking pharmaceutical, but you can't forget Africa's the only way the earthquake predictor comes from. Abdi Rahman Kazi from Boram Town, the creator of gas emission or emission theory. Why y'all ignoring King Tut's blood? King Tut's blood. King Tut DNA. I was mocking dude saying pharaohs were all colors. They weren't. There's only 2 races. They think we're gods. I'm a white guy from Mississippi. Y'all just being biased and disingenuous. Look at the evidence. DNA from King Tut and his family mummies were the product of severe inbreeding. His father was Pharaoh and his mother was full sister Akhenaten. Geneticists also found Tut suffered from congenital disorders, including a clubfoot, carried mosquito-borne parasites. Lots of parts of India are the same way. It's never advanced enough. Maybe that's why they're still in the street. I think it's parasites. I think, yeah, totally backwards, right? You're talking about the vitamins and minerals, right? Yeah, it even says on the side of the box of cereal, it's got this much vitamin A, this much vitamin D in it. But nobody makes sure, and no doctor makes sure that you, when they don't say, hey, are you deficient in anything? Are you eating like shit? Are you only eating dino nuggies? You know, and they don't do that. And they know it. They know. They absolutely know. They make a lot of money off of us being vitamin and mineral deficient. She was white as hell. Even a blind man could see that. They were painted. I did so over 10 years to study that shit. Okay, that's it. Generational inbreeding. Kohler disease in his foot. Controversial claims during ethnic ancestry. Many make extreme caution against. Here we go. Here's the thing I was just talking about. They caution against commercial genetic studies because they don't want to say he's not black or he's not white or not whatever. This is the bullshit that they're doing to keep to push DEI stuff, to say no, everybody can do anything. Well, great. Well, let's find out why people can't and fix it. She was Greek, obviously. Only one race. Share the thing of this back Pharaoh depiction. Let me tell you what Pharaoh studied it. Macedonia. I'm depressed. I'm currently trying to sell my home and move away from the city out to the sticks with hours. I'm done with civilization. Brother, hey, listen. I was right there with you. I live in Georgia now. I got out of Maryland. I'm a little far out of the city right now. Like I'm about 30 minutes from Atlanta, out in basically the sticks. Can you not read Egyptian reign for thousands of years? All God erased. I can read. There's defendants of Ra. Cleopatra was not only great, also Macedonian. You're making crap up. Multicolors in the ancient. I meant Greek. Ramses' acceptance of being African. Jesus Chrysler's. Was Ramses the Great African? Arrow of Egypt ruling the African continent. Let's see DNA. They're not going to have it. They don't do this because of the racisms. This DNA has not been publicly released. Right. They're not going to. Listen, it will break the narrative. They're not going to release this stuff. However, peer-reviewed genetic data from his descendants, partially limited from West Central East Africa. Yeah, an Arab. African does not mean black. Again, right. Yeah, Arab. That's what he is. Arab. What up, user? We woos kangs. We was kangs, right? Arabs are mixed. Yeah, almost every box of cereal says made with bioengineered ingredients. Not the ones that I eat. I don't eat cereal at all anymore. But yeah, I don't eat nothing that says bioengineered. Not even my graham crackers. They tested King Tut's blood, Asian and African. Upper portion of Africa is Muslim. Yeah. Mixed with what? Masa Musa traveled north. Masa Musa, dude, that guy, what? So unfortunate. He was taken advantage of. So there's stuff called alluvial gold in the area where Mansa Musa was, okay? And so that means gold that's on the surface. So they didn't have to like dig for it. It was on the surface. They had a lot of gold. He didn't understand the value of it because, again, Africans didn't have libraries and they didn't really visit their neighbors until he was visited by the Muslims and they saw he had all this gold and they were like, you should bring it that way. And then they helped set him up to do his Hajj, where they basically drained him of his gold. And then he had to get loans to come back. And they said he was the richest guy in the entire world, but that's bullshit. There's There's only one Muslim source that said he was the richest guy, and he made gold. He spent so much gold in one area that it affected the value of gold. Well, that was in one of these Muslim texts that was basically saying, my boss is so good that the people he meets with, because my boss is so kick-ass, that they're like the best people in the world. Like this guy here, this black guy from Africa, he had so much money, he crashed the economy. But when you read the story, they didn't carry 19 tons of gold with 1,900 people or whatever. You can't do that. Gold weighs too much. And then he was broke. He had to borrow money to get back from his Hajj. You ignore, interestingly, Irish and Polish aren't white. So Tut was Arab, white, Lamau. I'm listening. Bucky is Asian and African, retired. Sir Keith Queef, I'm going to bed now. Great. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Welcome to the family. Tut was from a different race. And the thing is also, like, retardation, like inbreeding, and like feet being on backwards. And like, remember, now you can have kids that are born connected at the skull and with big mass. So I think Lucy, okay? I think the people that they think are the mix between Neanderthals and humans are just people that they only found one partial skeleton, which is supposedly, and I think that absolutely could be somebody that was like from an inbred or whatnot. Like we only have one, and we get people that have weird bone growths and whatnot. So we can't trust that this fossil that we found is actually what it says it is. What the people that found it says it is, because they got famous after that. Now they're going to college, $10,000, $50,000 talking fees to talk about, hey, I found the link between monkey and man. It's all bullcrap. King Tut half butt. Got a BBL and small butt. Never got that nut. Go putt. Or the Domino's, not Pizza Hut. Tastes good, tastes great, strengthens your gut. Take a minute. You're up to the rut. North Africa and Asia, freaking crying fish. Bunk tombs, they don't have DNA or legit history. Nomadic. I'm an astronaut. Don't worry, we have toot in common. That's funny. Your butt hurt. Prophet Muhammad said, I quote, Jesus is sinless. So when Jesus said he was the way and the God, that's right. He spoke the truth. Way, the truth, and the life. And it collapsed their economy. Right. Yes. Right. But there is no records that happened. There's just a story about how great he was. But why wasn't there any gold left after he did his Hajj? So imagine having all this shiny rock, not knowing what it was all about. And then people came in from outside of Africa and said, oh, you've got lots of this shiny rock. You should bring it to us. And he said, okay. And then he gave it all away. So why would you, if you knew the value of it, just like diamonds were all over Africa and they didn't know the value of it until like De Beers came over. Muslims were conquering slaves from Africa since at least 8th century. They'll say that he was like 400 elephants. Puny fake ass Prophet Muhammad, a false Prophet Muhammad. They have my theories. Egypt was highly mixed racially with Arab, Greek, and African. Dude heard voices. Cave wife saw his prophet. Yeah, that's kind of gets crazy. Dude. And then listen, what had to have happened is Islam was hijacked by people that wanted to use it for politics. Because if you read the stories, especially in the hadiths and stuff like that, like the Al-Zut, the night of Al-Zut and shit, and like no buck, a priest told him he would become a prophet. The story of two women have to wear burqa is hilarious. And a Christian priest, Egypt became a pyramid scheme. Scare keep that tell a Jew girl position for poisoning rape. Yep, that happened too. That's how he died. And what's interesting is that he said, if I was a false prophet, I would die from an exploding aorta. And then while he was dying, he told Aisha, I feel my aorta is exploding from the meat I ate in Kabar. Diamonds didn't have any value until the wedding ring. Right. So why? Why not? Why didn't the Africans push that? Why didn't they make that? Why didn't they take all that gold, alluvial gold, and make beautiful jewelry and whatnot and trade with the world? And that's what's crazy. Tut was a chiropractor. Dude, you're still mad going wrong with it. But I'm not getting between your guys' wackadoo stuff. I got taken over in the 1800s. What up, Anonymous? Cleopatra was Greek descent. Buck, I don't know. Yeah, she was Greek. Yes, she was Greek. Yes. Cleopatra bloodline. Did you ever entertain the theory that Allah could be traced back to Baal? Yes. Well, so the theory, the unfortunate lie that Abraham, founded the Kaaba, the Black Stone area and Kaaba, like where there's no other data for that at all. And then you find that like the Zoroastrians and the pagans used the Black Stone as a worshiping idol. And it all like mixes in with stuff like that. It gets really wackadoodle. It pisses off a lot of people, so I don't really get into it too much. Why did the priest tell Muhammad he'd be poisoned by a Jew girl? George singing unhappy. Cleopatra. Okay. She was Macedonian Greek. Lots of paintings of helicopters, airplanes. Diamonds always had value. That's just dumb. Yeah, they always had value. Yeah, they were diamonds. But De Beers is who really made it into an industry by cornering the market and making it so other people couldn't have access to the diamond-rich areas. So the skin tone of the pharaohs at one time or later, you could tell from the paintings. You could tell from the paintings because the slaves painted it. Maybe that's all they had was white paint. You think millions of months of all because Christian peace. The Africans might be taken off drinking tradition because of family dowries, marrying their daughter. Cleopatra was one woman alive for 10,000 years. Those are restored. The paint wouldn't have lasted. Muhammad heard voices in a cave. Yeah. And listen, if you really get into that stuff, he thought it was a demon. And then somebody told him, or he was convinced, I think from his elder wife, his first wife, that that was Jabril. Ancient Egypt. But Jabril, every time he pops up anywhere else, like he tells people not to be scared and gives them calming. And when demons find people, they're very, very scared and uneasy. And when Jabril came to Muhammad, he forced him to the ground and pushed him to the ground and scared him so much and pushed him to the ground so hard that he couldn't breathe. So he scared the hell out of him. And that's not something a Gabriel would do. That's something that a demon would do. Yeah, that too. Muhammad dug that cave with his tiny toe. All right. We're not going to bash other people's religions. Be not afraid. That's right, Bob. You don't need a diamond to get married. The jewelers told us we needed an engagement ring. Right. Yeah. The marketing, the advertising. Buck needs a wife from the Central Congo. Muhammad also flew up and split the moon. Yeah. And found that the moon or the sun, when the sun went down, it landed in a muddy swamp. Jewish teachers, historians themselves acknowledge that they worshipped other gods. It's around the Second Temple time when they became monotheists. It's wild that Muslims and Christians to deny it. A couple of helicopters. All right, let's see here. Man, I still got the same one up. Hopefully, we can find something fun to watch here. Angels and Demons are very similar far back you go. Yeah. That's interesting stuff. That's interesting stuff to read. I tell you what, I really enjoy reading that stuff. All right, Shia LaBeouf's husband. Shia LaBeouf. Oh, no, never mind. Shia LaBeouf has a stalker. Not worth hiring. Trump's teleprompter operator is under investigation for insider trading. Pretty much, Muhammad creepy neighbor pushed his wife to his wives. Muhammad's about this neighbor followed by night and creeped him out. Muhammad also had 130 black guys pound him. Yeah, that's the well. So back then, Muhammad believed that you could get a man's energy. So if you wanted a strong man's energy, it came from his semen. So the more semen, yeah. Like I used to have to scrape it off of his clothing. There's straight up British plane. You can match it to the model too. The Jews are monotheistic from Abraham. Let's not be dumb. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's yeah. Follow down the line. Famous Egyptian chef living amongst us, Gordon Ramsay's. Jews were the original polytheists. Can't Google it. Buck tells, I'm not getting into that shit, brother. I'm gonna find something fun. Yahweh. And I think that people think, well, we won't go there either. I read the Torah daily. Like the If you ever travel to the UAE, there's signs that say use black magic words in prison and it's fine. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, black magic, people are being killed today, put to death in Iran and in North Korea for practicing anything other than, well, what they're not, let's say. All right, here we go. Let's find something here. All right, do we want to watch the diarrhea bug? Let's watch. Let's see what what's his face has to say about it.
Diarrhea.
Yeah, I can get money legally.
Make sure you guys hit the like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel.
They never turned on God. Christians love the
notifications. Of a gut-wrenching illness that is caused by a parasite that may be found in raw vegetables and fruit. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. That's why I say may. There are new numbers that have just been released, and they show that there are now more than 3,000 cases in Michigan and Ohio, which are the hardest hit states. Most of them in Michigan.
Yahweh
CNN
God,
health
yes.
reporter Jacqueline
Christian
Howard
loves the bastard
joining us
Jews.
on this.
Great.
Jacqueline, this story just really seems to balloon here. Tell us more about the people who have gotten sick and some of the uncertainty.
Tell us about the
all
diarrhea. Yeah, I've always looked at that Yahweh.
That's right, Brianna. We're seeing more and more cases emerge. And what we know about the people who've gotten sick, some of them have been hospitalized. When you look at Michigan alone, where there are now more than 2,600 cases that have been reported.
Val, don't you go nowhere. This is important because you need to know what to look for.
Because the Canaanite religion Jews very
Four of them have been hospitalized. And when you look across the country,
Taco Bell theory.
More hospitalizations.
You got the diarrhea stuffles?
In total,
Canada was the land
states across the country
That's
have
correct.
reported cases, but not all of those cases that we know so far are connected. These cases are still under investigation, and currently the only cluster of cases that has been described as an outbreak are those cases.
Brother, really? Explosive, very watery diarrhea? You might want to get you anti-parasitic. I take this stuff. You can get it at 110thgrade.com. Paragard. I take this stuff every 3 months. But if I had freaking watery stools, I'd be taking that stuff. We're tired of hearing what Christians think. Jews today reject Jesus. I'm eating Taco Bell. Taco John's. Having a right to exist. Taco Bell hurts my stomach. No one will bash anyone they people they respect but support uneducated, mentally ill. Everyone deserves compassion. Yes, right. Until they prove otherwise. Until they prove otherwise.
In Michigan, as well as some in Ohio. And the reason why it's really difficult, Brianna, to pinpoint, okay, what's the original source of this outbreak or of these clusters
in the
is because once someone becomes
fields.
Infected, it can take anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks for symptoms to emerge. So health officials, especially those in Michigan, are really scrambling to identify the source of these cases and the symptoms that cyclospora infections, which is called cyclosporiasis, the symptoms of this illness
definitely
include
bad,
watery diarrhea. In some cases, it's described as explosive diarrhea, Brianna, as well as loss of appetite, cramping, bloating, nausea, fatigue.
Christ is
These
king, brother.
can lead to
PDFs
dehydration.
cannot be considered
And
profits.
for some patients, it's dehydration that has led to them being hospitalized. So it's really important, Brianna,
I never saw her because she was smoking meth, dude.
How you can even become infected. A lot of infections.
Yeah. And listen, most people don't know what they're talking about. They're jumping on the Jew hate train because it's cool now. Like now you got the Democrats, blue no matter who people. They're like, no, the Jews, Zionists. They're just like, oh, it's really Zionists. They don't even know what they're talking about. They're just repeating what other people say. They say they get offended by saying Christ is king. Depends which Bible the Jews are. It depends which Bible the Jews end it reading. They just know that you're a Christian. You should know not the Bible. You should not read. Hold on. You should not read the Bible to offend Jews, though. No, right. Absolutely, you should not. Most of the cases worse than New York State.
Contaminated.
He says, "Screw everyone."
Contaminated water, like
being against the Israeli government is not hating Jews. Right, but I don't think people understand the difference, though. Like I got a big nose, and people come in and say, "You freaking people are Jew, freaking people are," like I don't think they're. And I'm not even Jewish. I skateboarded a lot, broke my face a lot, skateboarding, did skating ramp. And like I get a lot of hate for having a Jew-esque nose, and I don't think the people that have any idea what they're talking about. They just think that it's the thing to do. I mean, yes, there's absolutely some people, but I would say most people think that it's just like, and it's also the way that we talk about countries. Like, we say, screw the Iranians, but we're not talking about the Iranian people. We're talking about the Iranian government, right? Like, stuff like that. I think that's something that happens to. In India, no poop issues at all, even though it's a whole country smells like curry and poop. Did you see that guy that made himself like $200,000 in like one day selling an India simulator? It was like he had like Claude code. You make a Grand Theft Auto clone, and he put his own data and stuff in there to make it like India. It's crazy. I think you would offend anyone I said. It's because I argue with both sides were correct. It's nuanced. Christ's creed is direct scripture. Jews don't care about the Christian Bible, 4 Gospels, right? The Torah. The Jews are Israel. It's a shit argument. Being in God's Israel, do you care about China? Shalom. You sound Jewish. I'm not Jew. I'm a Christian. When Zionists left, anti-Zionists be pro-Jew against the nation of Israel. When leftists are anti-Zionists, it's because they're pro-Jew against the nation state of Israel. Okay. Again, Tyler, there's nothing about Jesus, the Christian Bible. Jews don't call the Bible. There's an endless list, and there's no Jesus. I'm gonna get out of you guys' conversation right there and get back to the poop.
So it's really important to wash your fruits and vegetables because this illness can be miserable. I'm telling you, Brianna, a lot of people want to avoid this altogether.
Why would you want to avoid it?
Know of several different people that actually
they got the
this
poops
within the last
GTA India storyline must
and
be
we
told
didn't know
lies.
what it was.
Did you see it? Look, okay, hold on. It's on freaking Steam. It's on Steam. Steam India Simulator. Not Steam. It's rude, but we'll watch it real quick. Egg Foo Young.
Okay, guys. All right. Look at dude. Look at the mini map. It's the roaches on the map. Oh no.
Jeez. Flushes my system.
Dangerous cross find.
Aaron.
Objective failed. Oh my god. Look at everybody. He's getting hit by something.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm adding this.
Ma'am, are you a prostitute?
I'm adding this to your cash.
No!
Yeah, that's freaking crazy. Crazy. And yeah, he sold like 10,000 copies for $20 a piece. Study that's history. Trump is the best. He will conquer the world and spread the gospel to everyone. Yeah, I'll get out. You guys can say that in our conversation about your guys'
At first,
conversation.
it was kind of
weird
weird because I was like,
okay.
yo, this kind of reminds me of when we didn't know what it was when COVID first hit, but I knew several different people that had got COVID before we knew that it was COVID. But
it's called the
let
flu.
me just rewind this a little bit to show you what the symptoms are. All right.
Yeah, I'm out of your guys' conversation.
Watery diarrhea, loss of appetite, weight loss.
What's good?
Nausea,
My dad's a Christian. My mom's a newer sect of Islam. They're divorced. Growing up, saw 2 halogens. They don't work together. No. And if you follow your religion, they do not work together. But most, like my best friend's Muslim, and he does his 5 daily prayers sometimes, and he doesn't read Arabic, but he reads his prayers in Arabic from the Quran that's written in Arabic, but he doesn't read Arabic, so he doesn't know what the rest of the book says. I become a cult member. Buckeye, calm down, boy. Do you remember when that viral video, dude, India electrocuted by the train? The stomach bug. I don't think President Trump's a Protestant. Did he say Protestant? I missed it. Son of a... That would have been funny if I saw it. Temple Doers, the best prank caller is John Cena, the worst prank. What up, Stuart?
And it's now exploding all over the state, no pun intended. A couple of the people that I knew in Michigan that got it, man, they was toe up. It was different. It wasn't just like regular, throwing up or anything like that. It was like they couldn't sleep, happening all night, coming out of both ends, all of that type of stuff. And so, I know a couple different people that got it over this past couple weeks. They was messed up. Super, super messed up. I like Camp
Super
Logan.
poop.
I may come up with Camp Logan one day.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing too. When you read the source material, you'll see that it changes very significantly. Like it changes as like going towards a biblical-esque storyline, and then it freaking takes a hard left. I don't even follow organized religious sector church to read about. Right? Yes, it's me. That's what I do. I just got this last week from Taco Bell, sick as hell. This bug, this bug will be a complete shit show. Why are you arguing about Jews interpret their book as they see fit? Right? Yeah, I don't know. That's he's going freaking deep. They ain't got to go that deep. It's not prominent in Georgia. I think you're good. I don't freaking eat none of their food. I grow my own food. Daniel and I didn't say a lot of my daughter in school changed that 1950. Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. All right, let's see where we at. 11:50. So Islamists that are here in North America help push leftist ideology, and the problem is the leftists do not understand. Like you see what happened with the LGBTQ freaking gay pride crews that went to Turkey and Egypt, and they weren't allowed to dock at either country but in America, because they're under the Democrat tent, they believe that they coincide, that they work well together because they don't know anything. We can thank Trump removed all monitors. Dismantle the watchdogs. Yeah. When the shit hits the fan. And Messiah. I'd like to be a hunter-gatherer with free insurance and 2 dogs. Explosive diarrhea, Trump caused it. Listen. This is the way I think about it. I believe the election's for sale. I believe Trump got outbid in 2020, and I think Kamala got outbid in 2024. And I absolutely believe California is a shit show, especially because if you look at the vote, they voted for Karen Bass and Brimnia, and they voted to raise their own taxes. 51% of the people voted to raise their own sales tax and taxes. That absolutely seems like they're like, hey, we're going to do this anyway. Let's push this through. So I think they're all wackadoo. And hopefully, if what's happening is they're getting rid of the evidence now, but making it so there is no more buying the elections. I'll take that. Let's see. I'm totally going to get killed in Canada and as a Canadian saying this in the open. What's up, Julian? Islamists of the branch of Islam, yeah, right. There's definitely political Islam, right? And the thing is, it's the Muslims' faults for not clearing stuff up in public. You don't ever see high-ranking Muslims imams and whatnot coming out and saying what these people have done does not coincide with our religion. We are not these people. You don't see it. You don't see anybody on the left doing it. If anything, if a Muslim does anything bad and then people say that's part of their religion, you don't have imams coming out saying, no, it's not. We're not doing this stuff and our people aren't. You don't see that. So then the way they are marketed is that they're down with it, and that's a problem. It's PR. I went to the gym. It's so funny when big companies or corporations change their color, pride flag colors of companies and bus. What's the colors we keep? Yes, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, they don't watch any of that stuff. China. It must be done. I need a rich t-shirt. Give me one. I got it, brother. I got it right here. I got a couple. 110thgrade.com. Yeah, I got you. I got the shirts. I got freaking wackadoo shirts. I got wackadoo hats. The wackadoo hat, 110th grade. Gets you one. It's just the most powerful positive force. So you didn't watch Trump? Yes, we watched it. Yes, we watched it. We watched it on stream. Teresa, yeah. Besides his father, yeah, no, that was my point. The thing. So he basically said China would and Russia or North Korea could change the vote remotely from stuff that was made from the machines that were made and developed in Venezuela. And basically, it was for sale. You could pay the Chinese to make sure they could get whoever you wanted to get elected. Jews don't do it. My name to be man and God. You do that. From the Torah, Jews don't read their own scriptures. Oh, freaking, you guys are so crazy. Wisconsin is choking from dirty Canadian commie smoke. Islam has no leader, like no pope. And I think that the literature has been wackadooed in such a way that modern people can take place of who they're supposed to follow. Not mind you guys. Blasphemy, hate speech laws need to go. Yeah, I agree. The Big Bang Theory was invented by a Catholic priest. Meanwhile, atheists hijack it. Yep, I agree. Yep, that's true. Really, you think we buy your stuff on the left? All that shit made up. Really, you think we buy your stuff on the left? All that shit made up. Fine, just prove it. That's all you got to do. Just prove it, right? What do you want me to do? I'm not going to vote for him. I'm not going to vote for Trump. I'm not going to vote for him. I don't know what you want me to do. Just please tell me you don't believe it either. Okay, great. What does that do? How are you going to move your investments? How are you going to teach your children? Yeah, I don't get it. Tom, what do we got? I'd rather have your eggs. I'm a minor UFC fan. Don't forget to like, subscribe, join the Discord. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are crazy. Not a central, like they don't like a pope, right? Rich, do you remember the aquarium power play? Yes, I remember. Yeah. I'm from Baltimore. Yeah, place was awesome back in the day. Yeah. When I was in, I want to say junior high, we went there on a field trip, and they had the sensorium. You watched you were in a 3D theater with 3D glasses, and it blew scents. Odors into your face. So they would like put the cup of coffee and it would come up to your face and then you would smell coffee. It was pretty cool. John Bum, you guys, New York State's cooking some dirty Canadian tree smoke too. Skipping you guys. Mom, somebody told me. Skipping you guys. Mantan event. Yeah, we can look at. Maybe when Jesus died and I saw him resurrected, but I changed your mind. Game over. Not true. Elections are not bought. And you think elections are bought, show it. Don't just say it. That's what he said. That's what Trump said, that they have the ability to change the vote. Do you not think that they'll take money to do that? And then you don't want to believe what he said. So I'm not going to argue with you. Either you look at the data and say, okay, so do you not think if it's possible to change the vote inside the machines, people wouldn't take money to do that? Snuffles and Trump, 2028, get her done. Old stupid exercise. You guys are going crazy. Yeah. I recall. Yeah, calm down, guys. Muslims come to the West to take over, and I don't assimilate, stay away. Yeah, you guys are crazy. Okay, all right, let's see. Where do we go here? Somebody posted something. Tom, I think it was. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right. Oh, crap. Now crazy. The whole thing inside the power plant. Rich, I grew up in PG County. I grew up in Anne Arundel County. You really believe what Trump? Well, I tell you, but what do you want to argue over? You just want to argue. I mean, you've got no facts, and the only thing that I've got is what's been said from the White House. And if you don't believe it, then what do you want me to talk to you about? How do you want me to talk to you about it? Yeah, you really believe that stuff? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? I do not believe that it's not possible to tamper with the election results from the digital machines. I absolutely believe that. And I believe that for a long time. Here in my state of Georgia, we've known that there was problems going on with the counts. We know that that there are suitcases, and there's video of suitcases of unfolded mail-in election ballots being scanned. Yeah, so that's the data that we have here in Georgia. There's still lawsuits going on. I follow people here in Georgia that follow what's going on, and there's lots and lots of evidence that it was bought, or if we don't know if it was paid for, but that somebody was able to make changes. They paid crackheads to vote Democrat. That's all. They had meth addicts. They found meth addicts with 900 votes in a backpack. He was pulled over. He was passed out, and he was arrested, and he had 900 ballots in his backpack. I'm not talking to you guys. No, what? What'd I do? Oh, you retracted it. Trump lies as he always says. What? Okay, but do you think? Do you think that there's no way to manipulate the vote? You don't think that the people in California voting to raise their own taxes in a vote that took like a bunch of like 8 weeks to count the vote, where everybody else can do it in a day? You don't think that's a little bit wackadoodle? I mean, I absolutely do. I'm not going to vote for Trump, but I'm also not going to vote for freaking people that let pedophiles out. I'm absolutely not going to vote for people that made it legal or tried to make it legal to date to have sex with children under the age of 18. I'm not going to vote for that party. You're crazy. Watching a pitching it. Oh, that's what that is. You were not gonna watch that then. Need a new mom. Yeah, looks like I might have to. Don't forget. Yeah, thank you for that. Trust me. Yeah. It's like, no, I didn't vote for Biden either. I tell you what, back in the day when I was still blue no matter who, I would have voted for Bernie Sanders. I would have voted for, well, we won't go there. It wasn't a big deal about the Republicans, but all of this stuff that's happened in the past couple of months has absolutely pushed me over to the Republican side. I will absolutely vote for J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio over anybody that the Democrats currently have up. I absolutely, even if I was a Democrat still, I would not vote for Gavin Newsom. I would absolutely not. I would not vote for AOC. Absolutely not. She does not have the wherewithal to talk about people that want to kill us. And freaking Kamala. What's your words to say to Iran? Don't. Strong, willing, and brave. NBC. Yeah, they're all liars. But you want to have you want to hurt each other's feelings over all of them lying? You don't think the left lies? You guys are crazy. So Republicans have a House, Senate, White House. Did they cheat? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Trump bought it, is what I'm telling you. You should have talked out there. Him golf, Tyler. Never a single answer. Georgia, all these steers and queers go from Georgia. Steers and queers get more answers out of Freemasons. I sadly don't believe God or Allah that we're actually a simple mathematical equation with no answer and get on to play out. I swear I'm a good bot. I just copy and pasted the wrong thing. You guys are crazy. Just because I took Flintstone vitamins every single day. That's me. I feel smarter than hell. Yeah, Flintstone vitamins ain't very kick ass. You're crazy. Christians are the Israelites. Democrats always lose on trans. Right. Like, listen, they opened the border. Obviously, opened the border. They had an app to help let people in. They have people. You have people in the Democrat Party that are running on doing away with ICE, doing away with the borders, and doing away with jails and police. They're going a little crazy. They're going a little crazy. And if Trump knows that he could buy the election, somebody else can next election. So if he's doing that to stop us from reopening the border for a couple more years, I think that's pretty cool. Pick a side, I'll be on the Jews side. If you don't have to read scripture to debate it, just like they'll have to read it, the elves ain't real. For the benefit of the doubt, being on people's side. JD or Rubio. Yeah, right. Like listen, I can't, people are so anti-Trump. I can understand that, but I can't understand being anti-Republican, especially not being anti-Democrat. I can't see it. And I'm absolutely anti-socialist communist. I want to do things in life. I want to be rewarded for the time I put in and the effort I put into life. And I don't want to go to a thing where they're just going to take everybody's money and then distribute it back to us in a way of resources and tickets. Bernie bent over for the Democrats after being cheated. Right. It's so obvious. Twice. It's so obvious. Rubio 2028. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people like her. Slump don't care, but the Bible says. Carmela Harris isn't the president. Yeah, I don't know why you're doing it, Aaron. Pat Buchanan was right all along. Right. Good idea. Nobody cares. Yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy. Educated means being a religious zealot. It was the problem being not following what the country has set up as a religion is you have to understand that the reason they want to state through the government that there's no God, no creator, because we have rights that were endowed to us by the creator. So if they can change that to say there is no creator, then they can say we can take these rights away from you. Do you think they care if you pray? No, they want to change that so they can take away the rights that were endowed to us by our creator in the document that gives us those rights, the Constitution. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Basing politics off of faith. Right? Yeah, I just told you why. I hate unions too and workers. Right. Nobody needs this Christmas. I love how crossing the border went from hundreds to zero. Right. And they've said that it couldn't be closed. It's so crazy. And then you find out they paid people $1,500 per person per day to get them across the border. 5-day work week is BS. Yeah, you know what? And some people work 7 days a week to do greater things. We also have to let people know that they can be rewarded for their hard work. Dr. Fauci, I'm really pissed off about that too. I'm working on it, my brother. I ever said it's don't conflate. I don't know what that is. No, what that is. Could you imagine voting for Biden, all legal immigrant murder your daughter because of Biden policy? It's crazy shit. The country of the United States of America was not found in Christianity. It absolutely was. You don't know what you're talking about. Brother, it absolutely was. 100%. 100%. Nobody cares. I haven't seen the first negative words towards it. Jefferson was not a Christian. You guys are crazy. Do you know that the colonies to become states have had to have a proposition of faith? They had to say that they were God-believing, God-fearing people in order to actually be registered as a state. I don't think, whether, even if you hate religion, hate Christianity, you just can't lie and say it's not based on, just the whole, we have rights given to us by the creator is enough to know that they were believing in God, the creator, to give us those rights. Keep talking to vision. America was founded by a white Christian man. Do you think anything else out there? Yeah, right. That's the current propaganda. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares if he was a Christian or not? They use Christian values. Dude, the whole having a jury of your peers, Christian values. No, absolutely. Our legal system is set up by Christian values. That's what makes us different than other people. Follow, I don't care, argue. Yeah, you guys are crazy. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll do this. I'll do this. I'm about to go to bed. It's midnight, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll go. The socialists have turned higher education. And listen, they've gone using the Democrat Party as a way to destroy the Democrat Party has become public knowledge now. So it's like, okay, well, I'm not down for that. I would like there to be a Democrat Party. So if the only people that are going to save the Democrat Party is Republicans, I'm going to vote Republican. The factory. Those are secular values of the Enlightenment. Yeah, cool, dude. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. It's actually Judeo-Christian. All right. Any other religion was used to influence the state of the country, wouldn't have our freedoms. Right. Endowed by the Creator was for the broad freedom of religion. 99% were devout Christians. Right. We all know this. And they used to teach this. They used to teach us. We used to have to take a citizenship test in high school in order to get our diploma. And that was one of the questions, was talking about knowing where we came from. Holly, yeah, I'm going to have a good night. It's 10 minutes after 12. How long have we been doing this? 5 hours. Yeah, we'll go ahead and call it a night. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I love y'all. Hit the like button if you haven't, even if you don't like it. And hit the subscribe button. We'll be back tomorrow, probably around the same time, probably around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.